Good morning, everyone. And after these 2 days of very hectic activities, I will be requesting Simon Sri from IPST to the Master of Ceremony today. Simon Sri.
Thank you, Dr. Desh. Good morning and welcome to the third day of Globe Asia Pacific Virtual Regional Meeting 2022. We learn we do with Globe to be held from 24th of July to 26th January 2020 and entirely online via Zoom video conference hosted by Globe Thailand, IPST, and Globe Asia Pacific, sponsored by Globe Implementation Office. I would like to introduce myself again. I'm Samon Sikanpai. I'm very pleased to be a master of ceremony for this meeting today. And today we will have a working group report, then followed by Globe website update and Globe new data entry system. And after the lunch break, we will resume in afternoon with student exchange, Globe strategic plan and its implementation, and closing session. I think I'm not sure. We should take a photo before start session, or should be after because not much people here, so maybe we can wait, right? Because now participant is only 20, right, Dr. Desh? Maybe we can take a picture after Dr. Tony session, right? Okay. I would like to invite Mr. Yojenda Chitaka will lead a session about a working group report session. I hand over the screen to you, Mr. Yojenda Chitaka, please.
Thank you, Shamuski. I think we have only 3 from working group. We are waiting few more. So when we keep on representing others, they may participate. Before that, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all of you. Welcome to working group session. Before I go for the working group presentation, I'd like to share some information on working group. Okay. I think yesterday, Dr. Tony Murphy has also mentioned a lot about the working groups, and this year there were announcement for all working groups, and luckily we were able to participate in working groups, and this time 4 from Philippines in AP region, like in DI from Philippines, education from Philippines, science from Philippines, technology from Philippines. So four members are from Philippines in every region. So that is also good. And for that, yeah, he has also mentioned about the structure of the working group, how it works. And mainly the Globe working groups coordinate with the Globe program and country partners to enhance our education implementation worldwide. So you can see this structure in the Globe website. So I request all to go through that. And he also mentioned that the working group, main purpose of working group is to enhance the role of Globe US and country partners, Globe scientists, educators in shaping the future of Globe program and supporting the development and implement of Globe worldwide. And he mentioned about the uh, addition of DI also. Previously it was 4 working groups, now it's 5. So, and he requested all that if there are anything which could be discussed and bring forward to the management of the program, then we should contact our regional representative. If our region does not have representative at this time, and he suggested to contact with the working group chair. So there are a few criteria for being a working group member. So we have to follow that. And you please go to that in website in a working group section. So mainly I want to show this. Today we have 5 presentation. DI from DI, Francis is going to present, and for education, Rodville, and evaluation, I will do that. And science, this time is Josephine Joy Tolentino, who replaces or who is the new member on behalf of this Molika, and technology zone Kuala. Previously it was Chris. So and here 2 are new members. So I request them to connect with the previous member Malika and Chris also during presentation, who is going to present that. So these are some of the information I want to share. So, and request to all Globe members to see the Globe website, where you can get all information about the working groups. So now I would like to request DI member Francis Emerlino from Philippines to present the working group presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Genda. I'll start sharing my screen.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. So I am pleased to represent the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Working Group for this particular meeting. So my name is Francis Emerlino. I'm a Globe teacher since 2018 from the Philippines. And since last year, I am a member of the DEI working group representing our region in the Asia and the Pacific. Okay. So as an introduction, let me begin by telling you about the starting group that essentially formed and helped form this particular working group. So it started out with the creation of the DEI task force. So here are the original members and the participants in the workshop. So, and here are their names and countries, respective countries. So initially the task force met at Boulder, Colorado on February 2020 for the workshop. And after that one, they were tasked to write and prepare the DEI mission and vision statements for the Globe community. Included in that preparation is the preparation of the DEI definitions as well, specifically on what it means to be diverse and the meaning of equity and inclusion as well as it relates to the Globe community. And then, of course, towards the end of that year, during the 2020 Globe virtual meeting, the task force presented an action plan to the community. And this action plan was prepared several months between the February workshop and the July presentation. Essentially, the preparations of this task force paved the way for the creation of this working group. So this working group that we have right now, the new working group, did not actually start from scratch. So we thank the sponsors of this particular task force because it helped in the creation and preparation of this current DEI working group. So for the DEI working group, so the group started formally on January 2021. So we have representatives from each of the globe regions. So for the North American region, so we have Nikita Imani as our current chair. We also have Trinidad Ferrell as the NASA liaison. And we also have Rosalva as another liaison from NASA. Currently for the GIO, we have Grace Crane, but I also included here Sky because she's been with us for the past few months already. For the South American region, so we have Juan Felipe. For Europe, we have Marina. For Africa, we have Shadrach. And then for the Near East and North African region, so we have Nura. And then, of course, you have yours truly for the Asia Pacific region. For the activities, so let me start with our webpage. So we are quite proud of this one. We have been talking about this in the past months, and it was already loaded to our Globe webpage or website. So we have specific web pages for each of the working group, and we are happy to be one of those to have put up this earlier. So we have this page here. It contains essentially the outputs of the DEI task force as well as the DEI working group. So you can find here actually the mission and vision statements and the other outputs, okay, that have been accomplished by the combined efforts of the DEI working group and task force. So for one of the accomplishments of both the DEI task force and working group is the preparation of this particular assessment report. So later on, I'll share via the chat box the links to these documents. So essentially, this is a survey of what we call as JEDI EA. So it means justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, equality, and accessibility. So in essence, this particular survey look at the different practices and knowledge of our globe constituents, as well as the resources that might be still needed in having and observing these particular ideas relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this is, I think, a 26-page document, and the DEI working group created a one-page summary so that anyone can actually read what the study or the survey resulted to. So I will also share the link to that one-pager summary through the chat box. Another accomplishment or activity of the combined efforts of the task force and the working group is the glossary of terms. So essentially, this is just the expanded definition of your diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you have these terms here, but this is just but this is presented in a document format. So in addition to that one, we plan to have some form of DEI word of the month so that we could highlight these different terms. So possibly terms that could also be relatable to different countries, okay, in the globe community. And we also plan to have additional terms, okay, in addition to these terms that we have so far in our glossary. And we hope to see them, and we want to see them accessible via the DEI working group webpage. And another thing that we are currently working on, but we have already started this one last year, is on the observances initiative. So initially, we describe it as the holiday initiative, holiday observances initiative, but we want to have those observances from different countries that are related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I think most of the countries, if not all of the countries, have been sent this invitation to fill out the form so that we could put together this information of the different observances in the different globe countries. So we hope to have this and shared to the rest of the globe community this year. One thing that we are also planning and working on already is on the DEI related blog post. So right now we have our NASA liaison Rosalba writing different blog posts relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we are mainly resharing or sharing the post that Rosalba writes or places in her blog. But of course, on our end, we also want to have key articles or posts in our own webpage. So in addition to that, I think in one or two instances, we have already included DEI related items in our monthly news brief. So you were able to read this news brief via our email. And then of course, our DEI working group webpage is not limited to the efforts of the working group itself. So this is an open invitation to all of us here, members of the Asia and the Pacific region, to share to us your DEI related activities so that we could write about them and share them via our webpage. So our DEI working group webpage will be some form of a one-stop shop to all of these DEI related activities within the Globe community. Okay, so hopefully we will be able to have more activities that we'll be able to share with you in our next annual meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis. Is there any person to share about the working group? Mr. Yojana.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Francis. I am in mute. Is there any question or suggestion for Francis' presentation? Okay, so if there is no question, suggestions, then we will go for next presentation. Now, Rod is here or not? Because now it's a term of education working group presentation time. Rod is here?
No, he's not.
Okay. Then then I will go for my own evaluation. So okay, can you see my slide?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now I'm going to present on evaluation working group works. So this year, I am chosen for the chair of this group. So from January 2022 to March 24, now we have this team, and most of the team members are new, and Molitis is going to be our Globalism. And there are representation from USA, Ghana, Paraguay, Pakistan, Benin, and France. So we are 7 in team. So just to inform you, in 2021, there were 3 new members from Ghana, North America, Paraguay, which means 3 members' terms were completed. Likewise, in 2022, 3 new members from Benin, France, and Pakistan, and new liaison to GIO Molitis has replaced Mindy Polio, and in between, Tony has facilitated us. So normally, when we talk about the evaluation, it's not about judging others' works, but it enables us to demonstrate the success and progress, and also it paves the way to the program's improvement. In working groups, every voice counts and can be heard. We can normally see in GLOBE program, and so we encourage you to share your feedbacks whenever a working group reach out to you. So we normally keep on sending you different survey questions and all those things, so we can get the feedbacks from you. So we request you to reply on that. And what we did in 2021, mainly most of the works which we did in the past, we uploaded in the GLOBE website, and we work a lot on those issues. So you can see in a GLOBE website now about the attitude towards science pre and post test results, evidence of impact forms, GLOBE teachers survey, and evaluation related webinar for teachers. And also you can see one pager to approach potential funders for your GLOBE activities, which is developed in 5 different languages, English, French, Spanish, Arabic, and Portuguese. And also we were successful to finalize the alumni report and presented the result in the poster session at the annual meeting. And now it's in the GLOBE website also. So we were in the process of teacher need assessment survey. We have developed questionnaire already and finalized. And based on GLOBE, the survey is based on GLOBE activities implementation and GLOBE activities assessment. So in between, to understand the survey questionnaires is in the right position or not, we invited different speakers for input and feedbacks. Like in April, we have invited Martha Kingsland, the chair of Education Working Group, and Nikita Imani, the chair of DIA Working Group, and also Laura Altin from Technology Working Group, to understand the effective ways to share the survey with the community. And in this survey, we have prepared a final draft already, and it has 11 open-ended and closed-ended questions. Now, the future plan is to finalize the teachers' needs assessment. Of course, we have to disseminate, collect, analyze the data, and the result will be discussed with our colleagues from different evaluation, different working groups, and share with all the working group as well, and share results with GIO and prepare report for the community. And we were planning to develop the portfolio for country coordinators and GLOBE partners. With that, with the result and the feedback of the teachers' need assessment, we were planning to develop different resources and strategies which could be beneficial for the country coordinators and GLOBE partners. So we are planning on that in these coming days. So these are the some information which I like to share. Thank you. On evaluation working group. So is there any questions? And
so
now who is there for the next presentation?
Can I ask a question again, Dre? It's Bill.
Yep.
So how will you share the evaluation results with with country coordinators. The reason I ask is a good evaluation is an effective way of marketing the program to teachers. So if we have some positive outcome from the evaluation, I would find that really useful to convince teachers here in Australia of the value of the program.
We have already finalized this teachers needs assessment survey questionnaires already, and we are in a process to send you all. So very soon we are going to send it. And another planning is we are going to approach to this Globe website, so that every can reach there and they can see and they can answer from there. So we are planning on e-survey so that we can reach all our Globe partners and members.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, sorry, this is Tony. Bill, you might also, when I'm talking about the strategic plan tonight, the infographics that we have available on the website, you might also find some of those useful in showing teachers the possibility of, even though they're based on our strategic plan, but they could be used, I think, in a way as well to help bring people on board. So,
okay. Yeah, thank you.
We'll show you those tonight.
Okay. Now I would like to request, is there any questions or suggestions? Okay, if not, then I will go for another presentation. Okay, now I would like to request for the science working group. Okay, Rod is here?
Yes.
Okay. Rod,
Yep.
do you need 1 minute?
No. I'm ready. I'm coming from outside. That's
Okay.
why I'm late. So
Okay,
is it my turn?
it's your turn.
Okay. Let me just quickly share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone from the Philippines. It's afternoon. I think we are 13 hours behind Colorado. So that's good morning to you, Tony. So I'm pleased to introduce to you the Globe Working Group and to tell you what we do, especially for our new members from Bhutan, Australia, relatively new. So this gives us an opportunity to introduce what we do in the working group. So we are the Globe Education Working Group. Our coordinator with the Globe Implementation Office is Ms. Amy Barfield. The our chair is Ms. Lynn Hirsch, she's from the United States. Our vice chair is from Uganda, Africa, Francis Wausa Nusbuga. And we have members from Latin America and the Caribbean region, from Uruguay, Dario Victor Oliveri, myself representing the Asia Pacific region. We have a new member, Nahid Nail Jamil Al-Ajluni, new member this year. And Ms. Dorian Janey from North America region, and Ule Kikas from representing Europe and the Eurasian region. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their names right, but I'm doing the best I can. So these are the members of the working group. Their contact details can be found in the Globe website. This is what we do. We ensure that the quality and innovation of Globe educational, we ensure the quality and innovativeness of Globe educational materials and resources that is used and uploaded in the Globe website. We also assist in maintaining the quality and the number of Globe trainers in all regions, as well as maintaining the quality and integrity of the trainer and mentor trainer status of these people. We also facilitate the use of Globe educational materials and resources by the formal and informal education community. We also work closely with other working groups. For example, last year we developed and submitted Globe recognition for educators to all Globe working groups for inputs. We rated the protocols submitted by the Science Working Group in order to determine those protocols that are deemed to be sunset, or those protocols that will lose the support of GIO support, sorry. And we also assist the evaluation working group with the Globe teacher survey. Currently, and we also work on this and still working on this, we are trying to develop guidelines, or at least we submitted inputs on how we could improve the type of learning material, teaching and learning materials and resources uploaded in the Globe website or used in Globe training. We submitted these guidelines, these proposed guidelines to the GIO, and I believe we're still waiting for inputs from them. And the idea of this guideline is to encourage the Globe community to submit activities, lessons, and other educational resources to be shared with the community and uploaded in the Globe website. And of course, you probably have seen this, our new trainer and mentor trainer certification process. So for those relatively new to the Globe Asia Pacific region community, prior to this, much of the authority to appoint or to appoint trainer and mentor trainer status is largely left to the country coordinator. When I say much of the authority is left to the country coordinator, because the country coordinator has the authority to override the status of Globe members in their in the Globe database. In fact, I did not know about the mentor and trainer certification process until 2017, when I became a part of the Globe Education Working Group. Only the older countries and older country coordinators are who are more familiar with that such a document actually exists. So in the past, how many years now? 4 years, we've been working on the certification process. And our objective on working on the certification process is to improve the quality of our trainers and master trainers. We used to call them master trainers, but later on, we'll be replacing the title of master trainer to mentor trainer. So again, we worked on this, and we've been working on this for the past 4 years, and it is now for implementation in this year and onwards. So if you want to know more about this new certification process, which I will show you very briefly in my presentation today, you could read more about it at the Globe website. All the forms have been uploaded in the website if you somehow have forgotten about this. So this is the step. This was also discussed by Tony yesterday. So if you look at here, step one, the application process can be done online. So the applicant has to submit relevant documentation proving his or her competency and understanding of the Globe protocols. This is then reviewed by the country coordinator, who will evaluate those papers and the application forms and recommend for its approval or disapproval. In the event of a disapproval, then the country coordinator would have to inform the applicant of his or her reason of disapproval and how he or she, or how the applicant could rectify or correct those deficiencies. If recommended for approval, then the education working group would have to identify and assign a mentor trainer. And once a mentor trainer is assigned to the candidate, the mentor trainer coordinates with the candidate trainer on the conduct of observing his or her training. And then finally, the mentor trainer would conduct its review and submit his or her recommendation for approval or disapproval to the education working group, and the education working group determines whether the trainer has met the minimum competency required to be appointed as trainer. So I guess first impression is, if you are not familiar with this document, the first impression is it seems to be a lot more structured, tedious, and formal compared to the last time we were doing things, if you were not following the old certification process. Again, the objective of the education working group is not to make things harder for the community, but to ensure that we maintain the quality and the integrity and the stature of the Globe trainer and mentor trainer. For the mentor trainer, the process is more or less the same. And the good thing about it is that you could do everything online, either whether you are part of the decision-making process, if you are a country coordinator or an applicant. So let me just show you how it will look like, because if you are a country coordinator, you are part of the decision-making process. So, sorry, can you still see the screen I'm sharing? Because I don't have, yeah, okay. So just a second, okay. So if you are a country coordinator, and if you are logged into the website, you would see there should be a new tab,
Rod,
at least here. Yes.
we are not seeing the website. We are seeing your
Oh,
presentation.
you're not seeing the website. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see how I should do this. Should I stop share and share again? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay. I should stop share first and share with you the website. Okay. So
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so everything can be done online. And if you are part of the decision-making process, meaning you are either a member of the working group or a country coordinator, a new tab here on the left should have been added into your Globe account. It says training dashboard. If you click that, clicking it, but I got logged out. Sorry, let me just quickly log in. Sorry about that. I was logged in a while ago. Okay. So if you have to be logged in order to see that new tab in your country coordinator dashboard. And that's it. You see, there is one applicant for trainer by the name of Dolores Filipino. And she submitted her application last August, and I have not approved it. I have not made any decision yet, because I recall that I have sent her and asked her to submit to me additional documents proving her competency in the sphere that she is asking for certification. So once I approve this, the decision would then go to the education working group. They will again assess the application of this particular applicant, and then they will assign a mentor to that person, and so on and so forth, until all these boxes are filled in with approve. And if so, she or he will, the applicant would be given the trainer certification status. The same thing goes with the mentor trainer, application for mentor trainer. But just a word of advice, The certification process, I only noticed now. I don't know whether it has always been like this. It is not available in the usual. It's not available. You could still see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to be sure, what are you saying? Still seeing the trainer dashboard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I should stop share and then share again. Is that how? Sorry, I'm not so.
So you want to share the presentation again?
No. I'm trying to show it to you that. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let me just share with you my presentation again. What I was trying to say a while ago was that the information about the new trainer and mentor trainer process is not visible at the Globe website, visible in terms of there's no direct tab or link to it. You have to Google it. You got to type in Globe trainer process, and it will lead you to that. So I would have to inform the technical support of Globe about this if that is not deliberately done. I'm not sure if it was deliberately or deliberately left out.
So Rod,
Yes.
This is Tony. It is actually, it's not called trainer process, it's under trainers.
Yeah, I was trying to look for the direct link or tab.
So if you're on the home page, oh, sorry, 1 minute.
It's not there.
Let me bring it up here, 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go to the home page and you go under community, and there's a drop-down menu that should appear, and it is under people, and then trainers. You'll see trainers.
So it's there. It's under community and people. I guess
And
there has to be a better way to link it. Because if somebody is searching for the new certification process, I guess most of them would be looking under Get Trained, the tab Getting Trained.
Oh yes, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Because
Yep. No, I see that, and I understand why you're saying that now.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. So yes, we'll look at that and see if it can be added in there under that. That's a good point.
Yeah. Thanks, Tony.
Sure.
One other thing that you have to that we have to remember when this thing really is in full swing is that the master trainer or the status of master trainer will be replaced by a new status of mentor trainer. Existing master trainer, provided that they have been active in the Globe community, will be invited to apply for mentor trainer. It's not automatic. They will be invited to apply as mentor trainer. They would have to submit the required documents and would have to go through the approval process. Now, some master trainer may not want to become mentor trainers, and that is fine. They could still make use of the title master trainer, but the Globe program will no longer be issuing new master trainer certification. The reason why we are still retaining, or we intend to retain, the master trainer status is because in some countries the master trainer has some value, and we do not want to remove that value from them. And to be a mentor trainer, of course, the basic requirement is that the person must be trained in the Globe protocols first before they could even start applying for a trainer. And that's about it. That's the education working group, and those are the things we have been doing, and the main focus of our activities for the coming years. Thank you very much and maraming salamat po. Any questions?
Yes, Rod, we have a few questions in chat box also. So,
Oh,
the
okay.
first,
There is a question from Bill. Whether if a mentor trainer or candidate trainer has to travel a significant distance and stay overnight, is there a budget allocation for this? Do you have a budget?
But if a mentor trainer or candidate trainer has to travel a significant distance, stay over, is there a budget allocation for this? Well, the way the GLOBE program is implemented in different parts of the globe is really very different. I guess, and this is my personal opinion, for most countries in the Asia Pacific region, the budget for the implementation of the GLOBE program is from the from it doesn't have its own budget. You have to either be resourceful or it has to come from your personal office budget. But the good thing about the GLOBE program is that it provides a lot of grant opportunities that you can apply in order to implement the GLOBE program.
And actually, Rod, if I could just add to that too, because we have in this current climate, I guess, that we're in of the pandemic and so on, and everybody becoming more used to virtual settings, there is flexibility within the certification for things to be done virtually, so that you don't have to travel and have that outlay of funding for that. So there is that possibility and flexibility within the process.
That's correct.
Sorry, and the reason I asked that question, Rod, because hypothetically, you know, if we have someone on the eastern side of Australia, I suppose, like India, you know, and we have someone in Western Australia that, you know, we're talking about a 4 or 5 hour flight.
Yep.
And then accommodation. So, you know, physically there's a challenge of getting them there in the first place. And added to that is the complexity of COVID. So my other question was that, and you've answered that question, Tony, you know, have we considered a workaround while there are still travel restrictions? Because currently WA's border is closed to anyone outside of Western Australia.
Yep. And even post-pandemic, when we get there, having that virtual capability will still be within the certification process.
Excellent.
That's right. In fact, the workaround is embedded in the process itself. The mentor trainer can do the observation either online or even post-training by submission of a recording of the training conducted and any documentation that may be available.
Rod,
there's a question here. Do you have to apply every few years to renew your mentor trainer role? There is somewhere in the policy that says that a trainer, mentor trainer, including a trainer, mentor trainer, has to be active in the GLOBE community. And we're looking at if I am not mistaken, it's about 2 years that you have to be active for 2 years.
Yeah, so that will be coming online as well. But right now we're focusing on getting the trainer and mentor trainer certification process online and making sure that there's no glitches, and we're working through some of the glitches that have appeared. And so once that's complete and all of those glitches are gone, then we'll start on that active trainer status piece and how that's going to be dealt with, I guess, online and so on. So, but there will be that's going to be a completely new process for signifying your activity level. And it's going to be, as Rod said, every 2 or 3 years, you will be asked to complete a form, I think, something like that.
Are there any more questions?
Rod, thank you for
Yeah.
your presentation. Now, basically, as a new globe countries, I may not have complete information. So in that case, because I think like my understanding is to become a trainer, first you have to be a globe teachers. Then after trainers, I think like you have the option to become a mentor trainer. So in that case, because to become a trainer, you have the process, how to go about it and how what criteria you need to fulfill. But in order to become a globe teachers, do you have any other specific criteria or some kind of certification process? Because I might receive a lot of applicants to become a globe teachers. So if you could give us some more information on that, that will be really useful for us.
Yeah. We have an e-protocol training. Anyone with access to the internet can be a certified globe citizen scientist or a globe teacher by completing the e-protocol training. You just go to the Globe website and then go to that tab that says Get Trained, and you will see e-protocol training. And from there, it's self-explanatory how to complete that training. Another option that you can have is the Philippines can go to Bhutan and we can train you. I was just that's one option. Community can go to Bhutan and then do some teacher training, as we have done for Maldives and what other countries have we trained? South Korea. We've been to South Korea. So that's one option.
So
Okay.
just Changa, if I can just also chime in there a little bit. So are you asking what are the requirements of teachers to become globe teachers?
Yeah, that's one question. And my second question is to become a trainer, do they have to be a globe teacher first, or they can just apply directly to be a trainer?
So yep, go ahead, Rod.
Yeah, they have to be a certified globe teacher or a certified globe citizen scientist, a trained citizen scientist.
So,
okay.
Changa, as a country coordinator, you have control, just like Rod does, or any of the other country coordinators present, on which teachers can become globe teachers or not. You can approve a certain number of schools to be involved in the program in your country. You can be more open with that, or you can be more restrictive with that, depending on some factors that are going on in your own country. So we don't, at GIO or the program itself doesn't really dictate how many schools Bhutan should have as globe schools, and so therefore how many globe teachers they have. That's really up to you as a country coordinator to decide. And looking at your implementation plan for the program and so on, you could start like you did, right, with the 17 teachers that you have, and then you might just keep it at that for 5 years, and other teachers who might be interested in joining in the program, you might, you could either let them in or not, but they all have to be approved by you as the country coordinator. We will not approve them. If we get any application, for example, through the website for to become a globe teacher in Bhutan, we would automatically send that to you, because we do not approve those at the GIO. That they are for that action is for you to take.
And if I may add, Tony, just an advice for Bhutan, being the newest member of the Asia Pacific region. As a country coordinator, I would suggest that you try and familiarize yourself with the use of the globe website as a country coordinator administrator, because that's going to be your primary tool for coordinating and communicating with your Globe teachers, as well as monitoring the status of their training and details about their Globe activities.
Yeah, thank you, Rod. I think like I should really get familiarized with the Globe website now. And thank you, Tony, for the clarifications.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if there's any suggestions for the education working group, any bright ideas that you want to work on, please just send any of us an email, and we'd be happy to consider it in our next education working group committee meeting. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Rod. It's a wonderful presentation and very comprehensive. I think now it's a time for science working group. Josephine, I think he's here.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, mabuhay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So I'm part of the science working group. So let me first introduce myself. So this is the first time that I have been part of a working group. So I am the representative of the Asia and the Pacific region. And I'm a former task force member of the DEI, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, together with Sir Francis. And I've been a Globe teacher since 2018. So currently, I am part of the Philippine Science High School Central Luzon campus. All right, so let me just emphasize. So for the working group, our main purpose is to actually enhance the role of Globe US partners in shaping the future of the Globe program. So specifically in the science working group, our main purpose is to help ensure that Globe is actually implemented worldwide with scientific integrity. So it's a continuous process. So the scope includes measurement of protocols, instrumentation, student research campaigns, and engagement of different citizen scientists with our Globe community. So currently, here are the working members of the science working group. So we have 7 and Denise also. So we have Peter for Africa, yours truly for the Asia and Pacific. For Europe, we have Constantinos. For the Latin and America and Caribbean, we have John. And then Near East and North Africa, we have Hamdi. So for North America, we have Marilei. She's also new to the group. And our chair is also new. We have Rebecca Bogert, or Becky. Now for the report or the accomplishment of the science working group for 2021 as reported in during the Globe annual meeting. So it's actually uploaded in the Globe website. So here's the link if you wish to go to here. And the summary of their achievement, we have the air quality bundle and agriculture bundle. They also have started the process of identifying how to deactivate Globe protocols, as well as the survey. And they're also involved with the Globe protocols, which are linked to the UN SDGs. And of course, they have participated in the Globe annual meeting and also participated in several panels and lightning talks. So for the updates in terms of our working group, this was based on our first meeting last January 13. On terms of protocols, specifically for the activation process, we still need to elaborate the process as well as identify the people that will be involved in the deactivation process. And then for creating new protocols or developing new protocols, so we also need to identify those protocols that would probably affect the old protocols. So this would entail the impact and the needed changes for the old protocol, as well as incorporating new technology. So we also need to address the easier online reporting of data. So we need to address also the issues of site definition, which could be easier using the app, since position and timing of information can be captured automatically. So other specific protocols may need to have additional information or can be rewritten. Okay. So we also discussed about data entry app of the Globe Observer and the Globe Observer app, which will be merged into one. So for Globe data entry, you need to have training and account set up also. And the general public, specifically for our citizen scientists, will have the access to one of the GO or Globe Observer app. So another thing that we have discussed actually is those protocols that will be requiring instrumentation. So does that particular protocol would require instrumentation other than the mobile device, because we already have the Globe Observer app, and then how many people can do it and so on. So different sets of questions that we need to consider and factors also. So I also forgot to mention that in the process of the developing new protocol, we also need to identify what would be the role of the science working group and, of course, the other working groups to the entire process. Aside from that, we also discussed about setting up the Science Working Group webpage. This is based from the DEI webpage. So we also need to include members' information, and we need to have our own vision and mission statements. And of course, the protocol bundles, this has been already discussed for the last 2 days. So we need also to standardize the aspect of web and design and so on. So this one I mentioned earlier about rewriting protocols. So we also need to identify the directions of a protocol if it needs to be rewritten. For example, updating the aerosol protocol, so like including this particular sensor. So we have this timeline. So from November 2021 until July 2022, and we will have monthly meetings to discuss and finalize. So that's it for the Science Working Group. Thank you for listening, and in Filipino, maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig.
Thank you, Josephine. Is there any question, suggestion for science group?
Thank you, Joseph, for the presentation, sir. So actually, it's not a question in particular, but I'm just curious because I think like you are talking about the instrument calibrations. When we actually collect the data for, suppose we have a weather stations in our schools, and do they have any standard to calibrate that station? So that is my question actually.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you repeat?
So because I think you are talking about instrument calibrations for the globe activities. So for example, if I have a weather station in my schools, in some of the schools, so do Globe have any standard to calibrate those kind of equipments? Do we need to calibrate the equipments before we collect the data?
I think the Globe website has already a lot of data specifically for the VIS or the visualization system and the ADAT. You could actually see per year and the region where you can compare the data if you're, for example, looking for atmospheric condition and so on. So yeah.
This is Dave Overroy. We'll be talking a little bit about weather stations and integrating them to Globe in the presentation that'll be following. And there are certain weather stations where there are specific protocols for, like the Davis Weather Station and Earth Networks. We're also working on a project to allow other types of weather stations to get involved. And I believe there is some, and Tony, you probably remember better than me, there's some calibration directions for the weather stations. Like if you look up the Davis Weather Station protocol, I believe it does have some calibration instructions there.
Yeah, and Dave Hochanga is referring to, they have hobo weather stations, and I couldn't remember if what the situation was around hobo and data ingestion into the system.
Yes, we will talk about that. If you can wait till our presentation, we will mention hobo and some things that we're doing that might be able to accommodate that. It's not there right now, but there is a project that we've just got approved last week to start looking at that.
Thank you, Dave.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thank you, Josephine, for a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to request Joan for technology working group presentation.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so good morning from Philippines. So we are the technology working group and I am new to this group. So let me introduce to you my the working group. Okay, first we have here Buba Tamba from Africa. He is the country coordinator also of Gambia. And next you have me here, and I'm sure you all know me. So let me go to Liva. She is from Europe and from Latvia. Okay, next is Ana Beatriz Prieto from Argentina, and Ahmad from Near East and North Africa. And we also have Sarah from North America, USA. And our chair for this year is Laura Alton. And from GIO, we have Islam Clear. And of course, we have from the technology department, or SAAI, we have David and Cornell. So these are our theme. Okay, so last meeting we discussed the purpose and the mission, and we come up with this purpose and mission. Okay, so for the purpose of the technology working group is to bridge the gap between the Globe user community and the Globe SSAI or GIO team to help ensure optimal user experience with the website and associated technology. And for the mission of the Globe Technology Working Group is to provide regional insights on local technological challenges, and to provide input on priorities of proposed upcoming improvements to the Globe Data Information System, or DIS. When improvements are implemented, we deliver the message to our respective communities. We also investigate new and innovative technology and connect teachers and students to facilitate direct feedback from users. In addition, we help to make Globe content and technologies more accessible to diverse users, including other races, age groups, and disadvantaged populations, following the recommendation of the DEI working group. Okay, this the following 3 pages is from the report of annual meeting last year. So what is the task of the technological working group? Okay, first is the exploration of new instrumentations or technologies for data collection and analysis. Next is support the technology team in the process of prioritizations of Globe activities based on the needs of Globe community, provide beta test support for the live-free environment and mobile data app, acquiring Globe data with Globe API and Globe team into Google Sheets for analysis on cloud, And the key accomplishment for 2021 is tested the beta version of the new Observer app. So if you can check your Globe Observer app, there are some additions to the app, and then provide feedback on both the revised mentor trainer and student accounts processes. Provide feedback on the proposed changes on the new search categories. Then explore new sensors and equipment, including cheaper alternatives to weather stations and data acquisition support. This will be the future activities. Merging Globe Observer app and Globe data entry. If you check your Observer app now, you can check that the Globe data entry is incorporated to the new Globe Observer app. And then next is the new mentor trainer process. Improve site architecture, simplified account request and setup process. Better support for students' account and student tracking. New user dashboard. And better support for using Globe Teams. That's all from Globe Technology Working Group. Is there any question?
Is there any
John?
suggestions?
John, is not actually a question, but I'm curious because I think, like, suppose if the student they want to create an account, do the Globe teacher has to approve those accounts?
It is the teacher who will create the account for the student.
So not the student. So student they don't have to create the account. Is it created by the Globe teacher, right?
Yes, it is the teacher who will create the account for the student, and the teacher will give the user ID and the password to the student.
Okay, thank you.
That is to ensure that the teacher facilitating the students are trained teachers.
Thank you.
If I may add, Ms. Joanne, and also because of regulations on data privacy and protection of children are normally not allowed to, minors especially, to have accounts. So any Globe account should have been managed and opened by the registered Globe teacher.
Thank you for that, Rod. Is there any other question?
It's not a question, Joanne, but maybe Dave can talk a little bit about that too. In your presentation, Dave, or mention the teacher account process for students and teams. I'm not sure if you're covering that or not, but
Yeah, we'll have some slides on the direction we're going, and we can also just talk a little bit more about how to set up those accounts if people would find that helpful.
Yeah, that will be great actually, as a new country coordinator.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Changa is our newest member from Bhutan, so he's got lots of questions, which is great. And you're in the right group tonight, Changa, so that's good.
Hey, yes, I'm sure that that will be really helpful. Thank you.
We are here to help.
John, can you stop sharing?
Yeah.
Okay. I think now we have completed all working group presentations, and thank you all for very great presentation and informative. One thing I realized that we all Globe members, Globe country coordinators, and even Globe officials, we should keep on watching Globe website, because then most of the informations are there and it's keep on updating. And to learn more about the Globe, we have to follow Globe website. So that is the key message I understood from this presentations also, because most of the informations are there and we have to learn from there, because the members are changing, but the informations in the websites are remain there. So we have to follow that. And another is what we don't know. To understand that, we have to do globe survey. We have to follow globe survey also. We have to give some time for globe survey so that we can understand what we don't know. That's why I suggest all members, country coordinators, to do the globe survey also, so that it will help to understand what we don't know. Thank you very much all, and for your patience. Thank you very much. Over to you, Samasti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yojendra Chitaka, Chair of the Evaluation Global Working Group, and all working group members. Next, before we start the Globe website update from Mr. David, I would like to take a snapshot of you all. So everyone, please turn on your camera and smile. And Palm will be your photographer. Please, if you can.
Everyone smile. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Globe website update and Globe News data entry system by Mr. David Oberoi, Manager SSAI Web Solution. I hand over the screen to you, Mr. David Oberoi, please.
Great, thank you. And I also with me is Cornell Lewis, and usually we alternate and Cornell does a meeting and then I do a meeting, but because this is all virtual, we can both attend. So there's, there he is, yes. So we're both glowing in the light of our monitors because it's nighttime here, so.
Yep.
Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes.
Great. So as I said, myself and Cornell will be walking through, and some of this you've already heard, so we'll try to spend time where it makes the most sense and not be too repetitive of what you may have heard already. But we'll talk a bit about things we've done in the last 6-8 months, the work that's ongoing, and then what some of our future plans are. So this is a list of some of the recent things that we've delivered to the Globe community, and we'll talk about these in a little more detail on the next slides. First, I do want to mention, since Joan is new, thank you for coming and helping. We always tell people in the regional meetings that if you do have technology questions or you want more information, you can go talk to your technology working group representative. And you just met her if you didn't meet her before. And we want to thank her for her time and energy and effort helping us out as we go forward this year. So on the new hosting environments, this is something nobody cares about because it doesn't show up and it doesn't affect you and you wouldn't know it happened. But we spent probably 6 months getting ready and then finally moving to a new hosting data center. This new data center is with NASA, and so they appreciate us moving over to their new data center. So it was a lot of work and a lot of time, but if we did it well, nobody noticed that it even happened. So hopefully you didn't notice, but it did take a bit of work, so I just mentioned it here. The new data entry system, people have already talked about that, and hopefully many of you already know about it, bringing the Globe Observer and the data entry apps together. We now have the atmosphere protocols are in Globe Observer, and we're actually working on hydrology now. If you download the Globe Observer app and you're a citizen scientist, so you haven't been trained in Globe's protocols, you'll just see the 4 protocols: clouds, mosquito, land cover, and trees. But if you are trained, you'll see an additional button on the top. Currently, that button is atmosphere, and soon it will also include hydrology. And if you click on the atmosphere button, you will see the data entry forms kind of in a new look and feel, but essentially you'll be able to do all the atmosphere protocols. And the way we've set it up hopefully makes it a little simpler for teachers or students who are using the app. If you need to, you may need to choose your school, but generally everybody's in one school. So we just pass you through. You choose the protocols that you want to enter data. You choose the site that you want to have this data associated with, and then you enter your data into the system. So it's a very simple, straightforward process. And we hope if you haven't used it, you'll give it a try, and hopefully your teachers will find it a little easier to use than the older data entry system. It kind of walks you through things in a very simplified manner. Another thing we did is we added some multilingual support for e-training. So I know, I think Rod was talking about e-training earlier, about how teachers can, or people can go in and take the e-training modules. It is now, we have the tests in some modules in Spanish. They asked us if we could put Spanish modules, and we did. And so if anybody else wants to have their language represented in the tests, you'll be able to, you can talk to us about it, send us a request. We can send you the test modules. If you translate them, we can make them available on the site. So we can't translate them ourselves, but if you have somebody who would like to translate them, we can support that. I heard a lot of talk about the new trainer and mentor trainer process. So all of the country coordinators hopefully have seen this by now. There is a new button on the left called Trainer Dashboard. And if you click on it, you'll see a screen that looks something like what's on the right. If anybody in your country has requested to become a trainer or a mentor trainer, you'll see their name in one column, their organization, their application, and you can review their application. And if it looks good and you think it's appropriate for this person to become a trainer or a mentor trainer, you can click the approve button and it moves on to the next person in the list, which is the education working group. And likewise, the education working group will review the person who's applied. And if they agree, they will approve that person to be evaluated by a mentor trainer. And the mentor trainer does the evaluation, sends it back to the country coordinator who looks, and you have a second time to look and approve. And once you've approved, then it goes back to the education working group for final approval. So there's however many steps, 5 steps there. As a country coordinator, you get the first step and the 4th step, the second to last step, to look at the application, look at the evaluations, and either mark approve or reject. Each step along the way has a little pop-up window that looks something like what you see on the right here. And you can type in comments in that box. If you type in the comments, that will become visible to the next person in the flow. So if you put in this comment here, the education working group will be able to see the comments that you make. There's also a box that you can type some comments in that will go to the person who applied, so they know kind of what's going on. And we do notify you via email anytime somebody's applied or anytime there's a change in status. If the education working group approved them or rejected them, you will get an email that says, this is what's happened. And anytime you want, you can go to that trainer dashboard by clicking on this left-hand side, and that will allow you to see the status of anybody who's going through the training. So hopefully you find this very easy to use. I think we've had some pretty good luck with it so far. I know we have applicants from every region, quite a few different countries. So if you haven't seen it yet, I think we've got a number of people from Thailand here. Malika was the first one to go through and be marked as the mentor trainer officially. So we are excited to see Mulika, no surprise, getting her official mentor trainer checkbox on this here. Another thing we worked on is the mosquitoes habitat mapper application. We changed it to be much more visual. It used to be a lot of words. And so especially if English is not your first language, you have to read a lot of description, and that was difficult for a lot of people. So now it's changed that it's just a picture. Oh, somebody may need to mute. There we go. So really now you're just looking at pictures, and the question is, which looks most like your larva? So you can look at your picture and say, is it a long skinny one, or is it a short fat one? And you click on the picture that takes you to the next step in the key. So hopefully that makes it a little easier for people who are trying to understand what type of larva they have to use a more image-based key. We did connect it to something called SciStarter, which is a popular citizen science application in the United States. I don't think there's a lot of this internationally. So this may not apply so much to the international audience, but I mentioned it anyway in case maybe it does have some use in your country. But now you can log into SciStarter from Globe Observer, and all the observations that you make in Globe Observer will get tracked in SciStarter as well, if you like. And some people who do SciStarter related activities like to have their observations get credited to SciStarter. Another one that we just released in November, it hasn't been put, it's in production, but you wouldn't know it's there because we're testing out a couple of test projects first, is this geofencing capability. The idea here is that a scientist can come to Globe and request that Globe observers collect data in a particular region. So if a scientist is studying a certain area and they really want to get tree data for this area, or they really want land cover or clouds or mosquitoes data within a particular region, they can fill out a form, which looks like the one on the right side. And if it is accepted, the users who are using the app, if they are in the area that the scientist wants data requested, the user will see a little bell icon on the top. And that will let them know that there's a data request in the area that they are currently standing. And if you click on the data request, it'll list the projects on the right-hand side. And you can click on those projects and it'll show you where you are, where the area of interest is that the scientist wants to collect data. And you could click on the project name and learn more about the project. So this allows anyone who is, has a compelling reason to use Globe data to request Globe's users, including the citizen scientists, to collect data in areas of interest. The goal in this is to have a smaller area of interest. We don't want an entire country. We want a small region. And we also want a limited time. So a request that probably would not work is, I want everybody in my entire country to collect data for the next 3 years. Instead, it's, I want everybody in this city or this valley or this region to collect this data for the next 2 months. Those are the kind of requests that are generally being encouraged. So we're excited to see this one go out. Hopefully we'll get a lot of use in the community. And again, this will be open to just about anybody with an account to submit a request. So anybody here could do that. So that's kind of what we've been working on and delivered up until the beginning of this year. Going forward, some of the new projects that are coming on are listed here. I think I have a little more information on some of these. Yeah, so right now, whenever you submit a photo to Globe, a human actually looks at every single photo. And there have been, since we started Globe Observer, I think they're close to 1 million photos that have been submitted. So somebody has looked at every single one of those photos to make sure there's nothing inappropriate in the photo. We've developed an AI that hopefully will take care of that for them. And the people who are doing that are very excited that they won't have to look at everybody's photos going forward. So that's something that's in development right now. Should be out in the next couple of weeks. We're also working in the United States, we call it Section 508. It is improving the app's usability for people who have visual impairment. So if you're colorblind or you can't see very well, we want to make the app more accessible for those users. So we're working with a screen reader, so the screen reader can read the text, read the buttons. We're working on trying to make sure there's enough visual contrast so somebody who's colorblind can see things a little easier. So this will be a nice improvement for certain parts of the Globe community. So that's everything that is in progress on the observer side. Now on the website, there's a number of things that are being worked, and Cornell has been leading a lot of this work. So I'm going to hand it off to Cornell. And Cornell, if you want to talk through these, and I'll go ahead and drive the presentation.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's good to see everybody again. Can you hear me okay? Does it sound okay, Dave? Sometimes my mic is, all right, good. All right, so I'm going to talk about something we're working on now, which is something that we've heard from the community as a concern and something they would like to see improved, and that's improving student account, student management in general on the website. So the first one is having data entered by students with their student accounts to be associated with the student account itself instead of a teacher account, which currently, when a student enters data with the student account, the data is associated with the teacher's account. So it's difficult for teachers to be able to track the students' observations because it's all under one account. So we're going to pull that out and have it associated with a student account, which will allow teachers to better track their observations. And there's more on that later. The second thing we're working on right now is currently on the website, student account names and Globe Observer names, since we don't want to display the name of the user because one, they can be a minor, and two, they haven't really been identified, we don't display their names. So that creates a problem because teachers and the user, they can't see their measurements on the website, for example, on Globe Teams or school pages. So it makes it difficult when you go to a Globe team, you don't see any of the members on the page because we can't display their names. So the idea is that we're going to create these screen names that will be auto-generated on the website, and the user will have the ability to pick two parts of a word of words to generate a screen name, and we'll append a number at the end of that. So every user will have a unique screen name. This way, we can then display the person's screen name on the website, on Globe Teams, on school pages, and then teachers and others can then identify the user based off the screen name. So that's something we're working on as well. Next screen. Additionally, there is currently a My Observations portlet, but it's located on the Globe Observer website. And that allows you to see just the observations of the protocols on the Globe Observer app, you know, the five citizen science protocols. We're going to expand that to allow you to see measurements for all protocols on that portlet. And we're going to have a link to the portlet right on the website, on the main Globe website, under the Go To menu. So when you go on the left side and you go to Go To, you will see My Observations portlet link. Go to the next screen. Next screen. So you see in red there, that's the My Observations under Go Data, under Go To, and then you'll see the Observations portlet on the right there. And that's an example of where you see all the atmosphere protocols, and then you'll be able to see the measurements for each protocol with a date period. So you can filter by a date range. Next screen. Additionally, for student management, it's difficult for teachers to actually manage the student accounts and their observations, to manage and track Globe teams. So we're going to create a new interface and essentially combine all of that into one portlet. So they'll be able to see student accounts, any account that is associated with their school or team. They'll be able to see the account, the observation. They'll be able to see the Globe teams, what Globe teams that person is on. They'll be able to create all the student accounts right there in that portlet, and they'll be able to export the records as well. So the next screen, here's a very rough black and white, not the real design, but just to show the idea. So on the right side, you see the list of student accounts and Globe Observer accounts. So in the case where the teacher has older students who have Globe Observer accounts, their own account, if they are associated with the teacher's team or the school, they will be listed there on the right. And then you'll see there's the team name and there's a total observations for each student. If you click on that number, it goes to the student's observation portlet, and then they can see all the measurements of that student. There's also the ability to create student accounts here and the filter by Globe teams. If you only want to see students in a particular team, you can do that. You can create your Globe team here. So this is something that's going to be on your My Pages. We're actually enhancing and modifying the My Pages. This is the first portlet that's going to be on the new My Pages. You can also filter this by a data range. So if a teacher wants to, in the new year, assign students the student accounts, so you can change the date range to the current year and only see the observations for the students in the current year. All right, next screen. I mentioned Globe teams. So team members and their measurements will be displayed on Globe team pages. And you'll be able to associate and display the team members and the measurements by the data period. So if you only want to see the data period for the measurements for the current school year, they'll have that option. Next screen. So those are things that are in progress now. Things planned for later this year is an improved account creation process and improved site architecture. So the first one, improves account creation process. Go to the next screen. So what this is currently on the website, there are two paths to create an account. You can download the app and create a Global Observer account, or on the website, or you can create a teacher account on the website. So that has caused some confusion because a teacher may create an account on the app first and later needs to be converted to a Globe teacher account. Teachers who create their account on the website who have not been approved, they can use the app, but then later on, there's just some confusion on the different account types, especially when they go into the workshops. They are identified as a citizen scientist when they go into the workshop, and they have to be converted to a teacher. So there's just been some confusion and annoyance of the two-path system. So the idea is that we're going to go to the next screen. We're going to have a single path for all users. Every user will get a basic account. So we have a three-step approach. The first step is go to the site, learn about the program. We're going to overhaul the Do Globes section to better explain how the program works, how teachers and citizen scientists use the program. And then next step, you just create your account, whether it's on the app or on the web. It's going to be same form. You create your account. You can get a screen name. And at that point, everyone can start taking observations. Everyone has a basic Globe account. You're a Globe member, and you can start using the app immediately. Now, if you want to do more, if you're a teacher, for example, we're going to have a clearer path to become what's going to be known as a Globe educator. And that's going to be somebody who has either gone to a workshop, which is the second path, or they have requested to be a Globe educator by filling out a form and getting approved by the country coordinator. Once they're approved, they can then do e-training and become an educator. So in the first path, if you can't go to the workshop, but you want to become a Globe educator, you just fill out the form, you get approved, do e-training, then you have access to all the protocols. You can set up a school, set up Globe accounts, track student observations, to collaborate with other members, all the things that you can do now as a Globe teacher, you will now be a Globe educator. So we're working on, like I said, simplifying the whole approach and the path to making it clear on exactly the steps to become a Globe educator. Next screen. The second thing we're looking at is improving the site architecture. Now, we've talked to members of the community and we've gotten some feedback on some of the issues of the website and how people say it's difficult to find things. Things aren't organized as well as it should be. So we collected all the data. We did some new mock-ups and wireframes, and we've come up with, we feel, is an improved architecture, site architecture, which hopefully will better serve the community. We know there's a lot of content on the site. It can be overwhelming, so we tried to organize it. And it's not a total overhaul, but it's just some of the key areas we looked at, and we tried to simplify and make it a little more clear on what is there in each section. So here on the next page. So in the new site, there'll still be about and get started. Get started is going to be improved, as well as about. Under training and tutorials, we're going to house all tutorials in one section. Right now, they're kind of in different places in the website. We want to have it clear that if you want to learn something about, if you want to get trained or see tutorials, this is where you go. Whether you're a partner, country coordinator, teacher, it will be organized by the user type. Then we've taken Do Globe and we've separated out some of the key sections. So oftentimes people are looking for protocols, and Do Globe was kind of a little vague as to what's in there. So we're going to pull out protocols and have it right there at the top. We're going to have a section for research and resources, everything that involves researching either student reports or teacher resources and research. It's all going to be in one section. And then we've also pulled out campaigns, which we feel is a very important aspect of the program, and wanted to make it more prominent. So everything about campaigns and projects will be in that section. Then we have community and then news and events. So I'm not going to get into the details of what's in these sections, but we're working on, like I said, to improve the overall site architecture and structure to make it easier for the community. Next. Other enhancements that are coming. I mentioned the my page. So we're going to have a sort of a new look and feel of the my page, more of a dashboard design, improvements to teacher and school reward system. Google Translate. We've talked about the issue where the site is not in the different languages, and it's difficult to translate the entire site into all the languages. So one option is to use Google Translate. So we're going to see if we can at least see how it works, see if it works for the other languages, but at least give people a way to see the site in different languages. User avatars that go along with the screen names, and then the ability to actually associate a Globe team directly with the Globe school. Right now, they're independent of each other. We want to place the team actually under the school. So it's better when somebody joins a team, they're added to the school automatically. Next screen. So I guess the My Page is a customizable dashboard. The Globe educators easily find their data, resources, and content they most often use. Next screen. This is just, again, a rough example of what it might look like. There'll be different, like possibly an accordion type of interface where you can open and close the different parts of the dashboard. If I want to just see my data organizations or my data, I click on that particular section. If I want to see just my certification, if I want to see just my students and their research reports, collaboration. So this is something that's in progress with a little summary at the top that summarizes who the user is, what data they typically use, and the recognition and their summary, cover collaboration summary, what their interests are. And I'll let Dave talk about Davis stations. If you have any questions about the student accounts, we can talk about that after we talk about this part.
So yeah, given the earlier question too about the weather stations, let me see, I think I just want to double check if I have the 2 slides here. Yeah. So we were informed by the Davis company that they would no longer support the upload of Globe data to Globe from Davis. Their older hardware, which is listed here, WeatherLink USB, WeatherLink serial data logger, still works with Globe and will continue to work with Globe. They're not going to remove that. But if you were to go to the website today and buy their latest and greatest version of everything, it would not send it to Globe. So we just got approval last week to do this one as our first priority. And that is, we've met with Davis and we've learned how we can pull the data from Davis into Globe. And so we need to build out that connection to Davis. So anybody who's bought a Davis station in the last 6 months and was not aware that they also needed to buy these other older pieces of equipment, they've been frustrated that they have not been able to send their data to Globe. And so we want to correct that. And as of, like I said, last week, we got approval to start this particular project so we can get the Davis data to come in. The other part of the project is we've had other manufacturers that have said, we want to send data to Globe. We have teachers and they would like to be able to do that. And so to support other manufacturers, we're going to publish what's called an API. That's a programmer's interface that will allow them to send data to Globe for effectively the weather station protocols, atmosphere protocols. So we actually already have something like this there. We just need to kind of clean it up a little bit and get it ready to work with other manufacturers. I've had 3 other manufacturers and organizations contact us and say, we want to send data to Globe. And I've told them that we're working on this API, and they were excited that, you know, once it's out, we will invest some money and resources into being able to send the data to Globe. So they expect to use it. On the hobo sensors, there's nothing that I'm not aware of anybody who's said, we want to make this hobo sensor send data to Globe. So once the API is open, anybody who wants to can write to the API and send data to Globe, but somebody still would have to do that. And with the hobo sensors, nobody that I'm aware of yet has volunteered to do that or has said they're going to do that, but it will be available if somebody wanted to. So I know somebody was asking specifically about hobo sensors. That would be something that, yeah, it's available, but somebody's going to have to write the code to send it to Globe. We've just built the interface that would allow you to do that. And who knows, if we have enough people that have that type of sensor and want to do it, we might be able to build up a little support to have that be built out to help out whoever might want to take that on. So that's the presentation that we have to kind of give you an idea as to what's happening and what's keeping us busy. We're always interested in hearing from you, of course, as to things that are working and things that aren't working, things that you wish you had, and whatever it might be. So please do let us know. Also, obviously through the tech working group, you can contact them, and we meet with them once a month and get their feedback. And if we were in not a virtual situation, I'd love to sit down with the country coordinator of Bhutan and just kind of give you a walkthrough of various things, so you have an idea what's going on. It's a little hard in the big groups and virtual, but between us, the Globe Help Desk, and those tutorials that I sent over that link, hopefully we can get you going and you'll be able to be productive on the site. So let me open it up if we have any questions, and I'm looking at the chat as well to see if we're missing anything there. Yeah, so I see the question about the other weather stations. Once we have that API published, we'll put it out there. And if you have somebody who is a programmer, it's a pretty standard interface for people that know how to program to these things. So in theory, most programmers that know something about web technology would be able to send the data to this API. I actually had somebody in Alaska who was using a different weather station, and they didn't want to wait. And so we gave them the email data entry format, and they collect the data for the day and then format it into an email and send the email to us every night. And we get a bit of data from Alaska, from their weather station, which they did to try to just start sending their data to Globe. So there are a couple ways to do it, but if you can wait for the API, we're probably 3 or 4 months away from that. We'll have that available, and hopefully somebody can help you out sending the data through. Any other questions? I know on the student accounts, for those that haven't used them, currently every teacher can create student accounts, and the student accounts can be given to the students to do data entry. We always recommend that you do not give them the teacher account, because the teacher account has more capabilities than a student account. So on the teacher's page, there's a place that says create student accounts, and you can create, I think we're up to maybe 75 is the total number. I don't know if I remember the total that you can make.
It's 100.
100, okay. So you can make quite a few, but that mechanism and that system is got a couple of issues, and that's why all the things that Cornell's talking about is what we're working on, because we want to make it easier for teachers to create student accounts, easier for them to know if their students actually submitted data or not. And then, nice for the students, they can have a screen name, so their screen name can show up on the site as well.
And then part of the process will be when you create the account, you have the ability to assign the account to a Globe team right at the point when you create the account. So again, to make it easier for teachers to set up teams and use teams in their classroom.
And I see the note from, I believe it's Changa, if I said that correctly. Best of luck with everything. And yes, if you have problems, the help desk is really good. And do feel free to contact us as well.
And I know there was a discussion about teachers using student accounts only. And I mean, that's true for younger students, but I think for older students that do have their own email and their own phone, they do have the option to create their own Globe account. And then as long as they join the teacher's team in school, the teacher can track that student's account as well, even though they have a regular Globe account and not a student account.
So every school has what's called a referral code. And you as country coordinator and any teacher, if they go to their school page, they'll see a thing that says school referral code. And if a student goes and downloads the app and they want to do clouds, when you first start the app up, it'll ask, do you have a referral code that you want to enter? And if they enter the school's referral code, any data that they record from that point forward will be credited to the school. So it connects the Globe Observer account to the school and puts them together. And then with the dashboard that Cornell was talking about, the teacher will be able to see not just the student accounts that they create, but any other Globe Observer account that input the referral code for the school. They'll see them all listed there. They'll see all the total number of observations they made. They can click on the observations and see specifically what they've done. So that's why that becomes really important. We really wanted to focus on helping out the teachers.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Cornel. I think I have better idea now how to work on the account.
Great. All right,
Great.
I will stop sharing and hand it back to you all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. David O'Roy and Mr. Cornel Lewis. Nice to see you again online because it's very far from 2000, maybe 16, right? That 16 or 18. I haven't seen you.
Hopefully we'll get together. Hopefully we'll get together again one day.
Okay.
In person, yes.
In person,
In
yes.
person, yes.
Yes.
Nice to see you again. Okay. Now we come up to the close of the morning session, and we will have a lunch break now until 2 p.m. because of the Globe website session is closed earlier than 1 p.m. So we have time more than 1 hour for lunch. So please, yes.
We have around 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes ahead so that we can spend this time for discussion. If anybody has any question, any comments, we can spend that time. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion, please.
Yeah. Because this morning session has been wonderful. We had all the presentations from the working group members, and this is very useful to know our working group members and also the activities of the working group. And I'm sure that such interaction between the working group members and the country coordinators will continue, and we will have many more such frequent exchange through our webinars. That is very thankful to Yoginder and all the working group members. Cornel and David, they have been always very helpful for our region. And on behalf of Asia Pacific region coordination office, I'm thankful to them for being, I know it is too late for them to join, but I'm thankful to them for joining us and also helping us always. And Tony Murphy, thanks to you for joining us. We are looking your presentations after lunchtime, and I'm sure that we get all the help from GIU as we have been doing, we are been getting always. Thank you, Tony, again. And Dennis, thanks to you, all the participants for joining the morning session. And today is 26th January. Like in India, we have our Republic Day, which is a national holiday. But it is good to work and to talk so many participants and people open for a couple of minutes. If anyone has any comments, suggestions, please feel free. After lunch, we will have presentation on the future activities. What we have done, Tony will be helping us for strategy planning and also for our project on capacity building. And then after that, we will wind up These 3 days has been very educative, very useful, wonderful. I'm very happy. And also this, I am sure that my Thai group will also be happy for such a great event which we have been hosting. So we have 2-3 minutes more if anybody wants to make any comments. Tony, you want to say something? 3 minutes I have.
So I just to say that I really enjoyed the report out from the working group members, and I think that's a good model to institute, and making sure that the different reps for the different working groups that are in the region actually get to be at the regional meeting and give a report out. I think that's very useful to everybody. So thank you for organizing that, and Yogendra, thank you for chairing that, and all of the working group members, seasoned and new people. Welcome to the working groups, and it'll be great to work with you over the next couple of years. So thank you for that, and for becoming part of the working groups.
And also, Tony, one of the working group members, she's having her birthday today, which we celebrated like with a virtual cake.
The virtual, yes. We have a big virtual sticker there in the chat room for that.
Yes. And that was wonderful. And also, I just want to mention all the presentations of the students and all the proceedings, they are recorded, and we are going to upload this on the Globe website. And I am sure that many of participants who could not join us, the country coordinators, they would like to see the students' presentation so that they can, really view that, and then that will be great encouragement to them. So that will be on the website. Okay, now we can break for 1 hour lunchtime or the dinner time. We get back after 1 hour.
After 1 hour, okay. So yes, it'll be 11 o'clock. Okay, great.
Please join us. Okay, after 1 hour. See.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Shall we start, Dr. Dash?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sure that those who had lunch or dinner, you had wonderful lunch or wonderful dinner. So this morning session was great. We had members of our working group. That was nice to meet them. And I feel that we should have more frequent interaction with them. And maybe in a couple of weeks or months, we will have a joint webinar with them again, and then see that how country coordinators and the teachers can get benefit of the experiences of the members of the working group. After this afternoon session, we have suggestions like proposed plans for promoting GLOBE program in 2022. I have just tried to put up some ideas here, which is based on the discussion, webinars, and then the input from the country coordinators, and also what we think that we can do. This is just a proposal, and please free to make any comments or any suggestions, so that if we really need to modify some of our goals and our activities, I think that will be. अरे चल नहीं रहा ये.
Hello. Hello.
Button नहीं work.
Sir, remove the cursor and then click somewhere, and then it will work. Click.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the objective is that? Objective is this in presentation. We are suggesting some of the GLOBE activities. We are making only the suggestions, and then based on the suggestions and the contributions from the country coordinators and the participants and the recommendation of the regional meeting, we would like to have our campaigns, expedition, students research and exchange programs, which will help us to develop the scientific learning and adventure and discovery. So that is what we really want to have. It might be possible that this situation of Corona may continue for some time, but we wish that this will not be there, so that we will have two plans, like one, which is if we have Corona, and the other contingency, there is as a contingency and the other situation when we have everything free, normal, as it was 2 years back. I'm sure that many of you remember the meeting in Hyderabad, which was the last Globe event in face-to-face, which was very, alive and very helpful in making exchange and also developing a relationship, friendship, and knowing each other together. And I hope that that situation should come up very soon. Like we would like to link the students, the teachers, and the scientific research community in an effort to learn more about the environment through students' data collection and observation, which is a very important component of the GLOBE program, the participation of students, the data collection, how they, and the observation. Because if you even look up the project, which has been presented by the students day before yesterday, you will agree that they were of great projects, and then the emphasis was on data collection and how to analyze the data, make observation, and then try to find the conclusion. So that is one of the very important component of the GLOBE program. In our region, we have expeditions, students research and exchange programs, and this has helped students in our region to learn, develop research capabilities, and to adapt and to the new ecosystem which strengthens and expands their knowledge and skill on STEM education as well as on the cultural side. Here in GLOBE activities, like when we have expedition, we have visits, we also include our activities, visit to the schools, meeting the community, look up some of the cultural values of the place where we visit. So this is a whole package in the sense that it is scientific, educational, cultural, and many other activities are associated with these activities. In the past, Asia Pacific RCO has organized many successful activities to engage students and regional GLOBE community. Even during the pandemic reason, this time, Corona time, we could combine, we could keep the community together, and we could help each other by our experiences and also learn from each other. What we propose that from January to December, we have proposed some of the activities. Like in January, we have here, if you look up this sort of a table here, like in 22 AP regional meeting, that what we first proposed as a face-to-face, but now we have virtual regional meeting, and that is what we are meeting here. We have this regional meeting, and we had students activities. The students made presentation, and they shared their experiences, their work with the community. And I'm happy to report that the work of the students has been appreciated by everyone. And even I get a mail from Tony this morning that all the presentations may be loaded on the website, and his office, like in GIO, many people would like to see and appreciate the work which has been done by them. And I would request all the country coordinators, like Taiwan has contributed 1 Globe Star on the project. Please try to contribute to Globe Star. And that is one of the opportunity for us to share the wonderful work done by our students with the GLOBE community. In February, we would like to have activities which are like students report on GLOBE Asia Pacific, like in the campaigns, like air quality campaigns. As we mentioned that we would like to have campaigns like air quality, then soil, water, and trees and also the soil. Like, so what we have done, we have classified them these into different months and what are the different activities what we are going to have. Like in April, we have this Earth Day, which is a birthday of globe. We would like to have special activities in April. June, World Environment Day. July, August, the mosquito awareness. September, October, and December, the soil. So like that, every month we have identified what sort of activities we are going to do. And these activities will be sort of together for everyone. Like, and after every activity which we complete, we would like to have this what we call as a webinar and presentations for the students. One of the emphasis which we want to give into our activities, the students' participation, what work they have done, and the opportunity for them to make presentation and also to publish this into the journal when it will be ready. Like some of the proposed activities, like even that continue monthly webinars to promote during the COVID-19. I think even COVID-19 is not there. After that, we would like to have face-to-face activities and also the webinars, because what we found, the webinars has been a very good instrument for us, and the technology, how this has helped us to get together. So the webinars will be sort of a continuing activities during the COVID, even after the COVID. That is personally what I feel that will be very helpful. We will continue the practice of bi-monthly webinars in the region. Sometimes you have 2 webinars per month. Sometimes you have at least 1 per month, like, and that we will going to continue, because this has helped us replacing to the face-to-face meetings, like related topics, up until we will be able to conduct face-to-face meetings. But still we would like to continue with the webinars. This helps us to keep our regions updated on the latest about GLOBE program. We are conducting a bi-monthly webinars with country coordinators, trainers, teachers, as well as the students. The number of participation in our webinars is quite high, and number of countries, the country coordinator, the students and the scientists, they get the opportunity to make their presentations and to interact with the experts. These webinars were put up on regional YouTube page and other social media platform, along with Globe GOV regional page for wider circulation, and are appreciated by the community as the topics are of relevance to them. Even like yesterday, Sonam Sri, she told us that the activity which we had on 24th, on the Facebook, more than 9,000 people, they had the hit to the program. So that way, social media really help us quite a lot, and such a large number of what I call the sharing of our activities, the community is really great opportunity for us to reach to the people. The countries in the regions has also engaged their local community in GLOBE program during these times, such as coordinating online training and organizing students research activities. That is great in our region, that still many of the country coordinators have been very active activities, and then participations of the students is very high. Like some of the activities what we have proposed, like we have expedition to the sea, which we were organizing quite regularly to Maldives. We had participation from many of the regional countries, and also we had participation from Oman and other countries they have been joining us in this activity. And what we propose that we will not be able to have this face-to-face activity. We will be able to have it in virtual expedition. What country coordinator in Maldives suggested, we can have virtual expedition sometimes in April, and if the situation will improve, we will have the follow-up face-to-face expedition to Maldives sometimes in September or in October, because June, July is the monsoon period and may not be very, suitable for going to the different islands during our expedition. Seeing that the COVID situation is not allowing us to have a face-to-face interaction and learning, we propose that we do regional expedition virtually instead of canceling that. We don't want to cancel, or we don't want to remove our activity. We want to continue our activities. We take it as a sort of modify what we call the adaptation to the environment. We take it adaptation to the situation, and we would like to continue this activity. No cancellation. Okay. Virtual exchange is a coming together of seemingly distant and far away globe students. These globe students from different corners of the region will connect with you, call, and any other form of technology. We would like to take the help of the technology, a model how we can conduct up a virtual expedition. We would like what we have been a virtual regional meeting, we have virtual annual meeting, we have virtual many things. So we would like to have virtual expedition also. Virtual exchange will allow globe students to not only communicate with diverse perspective, but learn with those perspectives as well. As this will be a learning experience. Exposure to diverse intercultural perspectives is important to building the future global leaders of today, so that we have to really learn how this technology can be helpful to us. The event will be of 2 days. Like this, we will be discussing with the country coordinators in Maldives how we are going to do the program. And we are going to present a model in one of the webinars very soon, how this virtual expedition will be organized and how to participate in this activity. We have been very actively participating in water bodies collaboration, including awareness of microplastic in water bodies. As I mentioned at the moment, microplastic is not a global protocol, but there have been quite a concern among the country coordinators and the community in the region to participate in this activity, because this has become quite a serious environmental issue in the region. So we would like to continue with this. In RCO, we are promoting the water bodies collaboration along with on awareness of microplastic in water bodies in association with Globe Italy and experts from Australia in promoting the project. And wonderful work done by the students in Taiwan was great. And that is how we are going to promote in different other schools also. The campaign will help participants collaborate with other Globe community members for data collection relating to the water bodies, connect the community issues, and provide possible solutions to those issues using Globe material, and connect to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. And that is also one of the proposal what we first decided to have an international conference on SDG in 2022, but we feel that we will be having this sometimes 2023, near about when we have regional meeting, because we need some more time, as we have been aligning these SDG goals with the globe activities. Almost 50 participants from 7 countries in the region participated in the training on microplastic monitoring protocol testing trail provided by Miss Alexandra Sooty and Strad from the Deakin University, Victoria, Australia. In fact, they organized 2 webinars for our region, and such number of participants they joined for the training. And we have seen some wonderful presentations by Taiwan students during the during this our students presentation, which we had day before yesterday. Seeing the interest of the region on the topic, Asia Pacific RCO is proposing to continue this campaign in 2022 as well. And I'm sure that country coordinators will agree and regional meeting will recommend that we continue with this activity. Like Science Festival 2022, in fact, Science Festival used to be very popular in our region. We had organized a number of science festivals, like in the Republic of Korea, which was wonderfully done. And then we had in Taiwan, in Thailand, in India, and also in Vietnam. Many of these countries, they organized science festival, which used to be a wonderful and very educative activity. Like we are planning to organize 2022 Globe Virtual Science Festival, seeing that the COVID situation is not allowing us to have a face-to-face interaction. And we propose that we do a virtual science festival in the region instead of canceling or postponing. We really don't want to cancel these activities because this keeps us together. This keeps encouraging our students, because I get so many inquiries from most of the students from the different part of the region that when we are going to have these sort of activities, then I have to explain them, we are not going to cancel it, we will do it virtually. But certainly, we are going to have that face-to-face when the situation will improve. And I may mention that GIO is very supportive on the activities which we have been doing. Thanks to Tony and GIO, that for helping us and supporting us. Even the first day I mentioned about the capacity building project, and like the proposal which is under consideration will also provide us some of the opportunities to develop the capacity in our region, how we can help each other. And even if you remember, during the presentation, Professor Pei Liang from Taiwan, he invited all of us to come to Taiwan, visit 101. When the situation improves, that he would like to host Science Festival, and we will be very happy to join him for this Science Festival. And I have participated in one of the earlier Science Festival, which he organized. Was great and wonderful event. And thanks for the invitation, Globe Taiwan partners, to host the Asia Pacific Science Festival. We are planning to host in-person meeting during September. I hope by that time this corona will be gone. RCO will encourage students' participation through Globe Students research project. Like we want to encourage students to have a joint project, joint activities, school-to-school exchange. I remember some students from Republic of Korea, they visited GIO office in Colorado, and that was a great experience. When I had a discussion with some of the participants, those who visited, they were very happy and shared their experiences at the GIO office, and that was great experience for them. So something like such activities, the students going one country to another country, visiting GIO, RCO, always welcome. RCO will increase you, and then each country can submit, like when we have this, what we feel that each country will be able to submit 5 projects, maximum of 4 students per project. But these are the technical details which we'll be discussing, and also we propose that very, hopefully that in this festival we'll have something like 500 students, but in sometimes you have more. But anyway, these are the some of our thoughts which we try to put up. Globe Asia Pacific Air Quality Campaign, very successful, and we have a Globe Star on that. The Globe Air Quality Campaign is a citizen science project that will measure the protocol related to the Globe Air Quality Bundle. This is an educational project designed to raise awareness about air pollution and showcase the potential of citizen science to gather unique data sets and insights into our environment. Air pollution is a really serious problem in many of our countries in the region, and we want to continue this activity. This is an educational project, as I said, and that is how we want to really encourage students to collect data and to make observation. And we want to have collaboration within schools and the countries so that we can continue this important campaign in our region. And then we will have assess globe capacity building training and data visualization training in the region. APRCO is planning to organize globe teachers and trainer training related activities on all basic protocols on data visualization, which is very important activity. The idea of this training is to strengthen the globe trained personnel in the region, to strengthen the globe program in the region. We want to strengthen like capacity building in our region. The Asia Pacific Regional Office will like to develop resource material for these training programs. We have a training material in Hindi, like even translated material in Thai. We have material in Taiwan, they have their in local languages, and then we also plan to have some material in Filipino and also in Vietnamese, so that we want to have this resource material on globe in different languages in our region. Also, we have some, even in Nepal during this Zika time, the material was translated in Nepalese, the booklet on Zika project. 150 participants, teachers and the trainers from Asia Pacific region countries will be trained during the capacity building training programs. Like the journal, which we have already discussed, and then even Road is working on that. And we hope this will be starting soon. And the purpose of this journal is to showcase the globe students as well as alumni research papers that they submit during various symposiums, regional GLE, and Globe Science Festival. That will be encouragement to the students like Changa from Bhutan. He spotted that yesterday that such activity will be very useful and pioneering for the Globe students to make their research available through this journal to the Globe community. This is to encourage more participants of students' research papers as well as making it accessible to all of the Globe community in the form of booklet. APRCO will publish these journals with an ISNBN number with digital copies. We will have limited copies, as Road mentioned yesterday, physical, but mostly it will be the digital, like in online activities. Asia Pacific region, in collaboration with Globe Philippines, has developed a document which clarify the key points and objectives of this journal, its editorial board structure, basic guidelines, and the research paper submission, and the other technical details. And I would like to request all the country coordinators in the region to please join us as a part of the editorial board, so that we have participation of all the countries in the regions in publishing, in developing this journal. And we will also like to have the participation in terms of advisory role or whatever role we can have also from GIO, because we need their support, and also we will be following the guidelines and approval from GIO before we really start this journal. And we would like to have participation from all of the different stakeholders in Globe community. We would like to have this mosquito awareness campaign. Mosquito awareness campaign started with the mosquito Zika project in our region. Our region did wonderful, and I'm very proud to mention that the data entries which our region made for the Globe data pool was I think the highest from our region, and we did wonderful work. And I congratulate all the countries in our region for doing this wonderful activity on mosquito project. And many of these countries would like to continue this mosquito activity. Like, because in many of the countries we have monsoon, and after monsoons we have mosquitoes, we have breeding of mosquitoes, and so and so. And this is something which we would like to continue. And I'm happy to say that, like Micronesia, they said that for the whole year, they would like to continue with the mosquito awareness activities. Mulika and Chris from Thailand in our region, they did wonderful job in promoting mosquito activities in the region. In fact, both of them, they were in the team who really designed this protocol. And also, initially the trainers, they helped a lot, and they were always available to us whenever we had any opportunity for this training. Thanks. Say our thanks to both of them, and they have been wonderful help to this mosquito awareness campaign in our region. Tree around us and soil campaign. The AP region is also going to promote these water bodies, tree around us, and the soil campaign in the region. Globe countries like Philippines and the Vietnam are interested in tree campaign, whereas we already have Lake Pokhara expedition in Nepal and expedition to the sea in Maldives, which promote Globe water bodies campaign, although those will be done virtually this year. I hope not this year, till we have this corona. The Globe Thailand encourages its students to take part in soil campaign. RCO is planning to include a microplastic campaign to take Pokhara expedition and expedition to the sea in Maldives, and to compare the study of microplastic in different water bodies. And if there is any countries or any water bodies, we want to include or want to see that they will be included in this activity, we will be very happy to expand the scope of this project. Annual region meeting 2023 in Manila. We would like, I'm thankful to Road for inviting us and agreeing our suggestion that next regional meeting we may have in Philippines. And I really want face-to-face meeting. If we have face-to-face meeting, maybe January, only some dates. They are not the real dates, some suggestion or imagination. That in January 2023, also will coordinate with all the countries coordinated in the region to make sure they follow the criteria for participation in regional annual meeting. The GIO had set up certain criteria that before we provide them the air ticket or then the support to join face-to-face meeting, they have to follow certain criteria, like they have to fill up they have to submit this a Globe annual survey. They have to send the report. So that is, this ideas has been, these conditions has already been circulated, and we will circulate it again. And certain point of data, like for example, the country has to contribute some data point, like maybe 200 or 100, more than that, like we will discuss and decide in one of the webinar, that the countries contribute data to the Globe website. If no country contributing, zero contribution for the data collection may not be qualified as per the guidelines by GIO. So that we will follow that guidelines for participation in the regional level meeting. We are also planning to organize a student symposium during 2023 Asia Pacific regional meeting, like as we have done here. The students, encouragement to the students work and the participation is very important, because the Globe is for what? The students' activity. We want to encourage students to do science. So that we would like to have a students' activity also around that time. Other activities which we propose, apart from all these above mentioned, training and campaigns, RCO will also like to conduct in other activities to propose Globe in the region, something like encouraging participation from island countries, including teachers and the students' participation in our webinars. At the moment, we have participation only 1 or 2 island countries. We would like to encourage more and more students and the teachers to participate in the webinars. Sometimes there is an internet issue, like even today, Debbie from Pulau, she sent me a message, oh, she got disconnected because in her office, when the internet is used by many people like them, she don't get access, something like that. So that is also we have to really look, and I think technology group can help us how to mitigate this situation when we can have more active internet to some of far remote areas in our region. So we would like to promote island countries' participation, not only in our webinars, but also for capacity building. Promotion of participation in 2023 IVSS and 2022 Globe Asia Pacific Science Festival. IVSS is very important activity follow. This has really showcased for that how many projects has been submitted by our region, and we would like more and more participation and submission of project from our region to IVSS. And very soon we will be having another webinar on this activity. We had already one webinar which was addressed by Joanne on IVSS, and I request all the country coordinators, please take special drive, like special initiatives to encourage the students to submit project for IVSS, because that is very important. And I personally feel that all countries should contribute to the project, IVSS project. As per GIO recommendation, concluding Globe capacity building training in the region, we have already submitted our proposal to the GIO on the capacity building. And after the having feedback from GIO, we will modify the project. And based on the recommendation, the documents from the regional meeting and the country coordinators, we would like to have this project which will be helpful to us to developing capacity for our countries in our region. And I think that will be very important contribution of GIO for our region to help us to develop the capacity of our countries, of our trainers and so on. So thank you very much for listening to my talk, which I just try to put up some of the my thoughts which has been gathered during discussion, during webinars. And if there is any question, comments, please feel free. Any question, any suggestion, any comments, please. Or otherwise, like what we're doing with the webinars, we invite each country coordinators here. Like Rod, you want to make any comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment.
For the next year?
Well, I still have to seek approval from authorities whether the Philippines can host it. At the moment, there's no indication that we cannot, in spite of the uncertainties in the Philippines. But my suggestion really is, considering that Bhutan is the newest member of the Globe community, perhaps us being there could actually help them in training their teachers.
Okay, Bhutan. But they are the new country, like anyways, okay. We can consider that also maybe next year or something.
Right.
Bill, any comments?
No, just a lot to think about, Desh. You know, I mean, an interesting comment from Rob there about sending teachers out. That's my focus at the moment, trying to get teachers trained here so that they're more involved in the program.
Okay. We have a guest here, Peter.
Yeah, I was going to say that, of course, you know, if you have any trainings and you need somebody to kind of bring that NASA approach, I'll be happy to jump in and to provide some information about what we do at NASA and how that relates to the GLOBE program. So I'll be happy to help with any workshop like that, virtually, of course, right now.
Great. Yoginder?
Yeah, you're focusing me on expedition, no?
Yeah, whatever comments you have. Yes.
Yeah, of course, it depends on the situation, and I will think about the virtual expedition as well. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, any more comments, suggestion? Tony's here. Changa.
Yes, Desh, I think like because you have given us a lot of information on student exchange, then other activities of Asia Pacific regions. I have to really think about the campaign that we are really going to have in Bhutan, because as of now, I don't have much idea on what kind of campaign we'll conduct here. But definitely, I think like we'll work on that and we'll get back to you.
Great. Okay, from Republic of Korea, any comment?
About the workshop?
Activities which you plan for 2022?
For 2022, as I discussed yesterday, our GLOBE program is under the larger program named Youth Science Club. So there are a lot of Korean students who participate in various types of activities. And within this big project, we plan to conduct GLOBE program activities here, but what we have to do is to expand what GLOBE program can do within this program. So we have to discuss this issue with the Ministry of Science and ICT, and actually we need their support and understanding how GLOBE program is important and how it's connected worldwide. So we are trying to persuade those officers how important it is and to expand this program later on.
Great. Chiu from Vietnam.
No, just I have no recommendations because our situation is really depends on how COVID is going. Because the student will be limited in doing nothing if COVID's still there.
Okay. And then any comments from Thailand? Oh,
No comment, but we try to involve every event that you conduct. we try our best.
okay. And Taiwan?
Hi Dash. Hi everyone. About the science festival. Sorry. Dr. Dash, you mentioned. Wait a second. You said that maybe Taiwan can conduct or we can conduct we can host a face-to-face student festival, but because of the pandemic COVID-19, so I will report to Dr. Lin. We will discuss about it to see if we can make it in September. But since the COVID-19, so maybe we can think about if we cannot make it in face-to-face activity, maybe we can host it in virtual science festival, something like that. And as to the teacher training in HR Pacific region, I'm looking forward to it because I think our teacher, I think it's very helpful for all Taiwan teachers. We will try to attend the teacher training as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Damayanti, Sri Lanka.
Yes. Yes, Dr. Desh. Thank you very much for the informative report that you have forwarded. And we also hope to participate almost all the events that you will be suggested, and especially in IBSS. So we are now in the process of, involving research, student research evaluation. So the next time we hope that we will be able to join you in most of the events in the region. Thank you, Dr. Desh.
Thank you, Damayanti. I agree with all of us that the situation of this COVID we are facing is really serious issue for us. And we will not like to cancel any activity. As I mentioned, we try to do face-to-face. If you are not able to do face-to-face, then we will continue all our activities as virtual. And we would like to encourage more and more participation from our region, from the countries, in our webinars, in our training, in our expeditions, and so and so. And when the situation will be favorable, we will be having face-to-face activities.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with all of you. And then this is something which we would like to continue, some of the campaigns and so and so. And in first or the second week of Feb, we would like to have one first, our 32, like we had 31 webinars, and first one this year, January already. Our second webinar, we would like to discuss when we finalize everything together, all the activities which we propose in a webinar and discuss with everyone and see that how we proceed more actively in 2022 for our activities and also our capacity building project, which has been proposed, and I think that will be very helpful. What we need your help. Many of the activities, like please, one thing I would like to mention, all the country coordinators here, please encourage your teachers to do the Globe annual survey. The last date is 31st, and the details already with you. If you don't have, please ask. I will send you, so that this annual survey is very important. And please try to get this filled up before 31st, so that we really contribute our experiences, so that can be helpful to the program. So that is one thing. The second thing is that any activity which you have been doing, like wonderful strengths activities and the project, please try to contribute to Globe Star, because Globe Star is a very important activity again here, to share your work, the work done by your students with a wider Globe community. So I will request all of you to please help us, because more and more also we contribute, then that really helps us. Our strengths get increased, and also we can show that what wonderful work has been done by our scientific community, the students here in our region. Okay, if there is any more comments or any more suggestion, please. Okay, we have something like a couple of more minutes to spend. Okay, now I will hand over to Swansri. We have Dr. Tony already here for his presentation.
Okay, thank you,
Tony?
Dr. Desh.
Yeah.
We have 10 minutes left for your session.
But I think we can give more time to Tony so that he can start.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Desh. And next, I would like to invite Dr. Tony Murphy to share about the Globe Strategic Plan and its implementation. Please.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had a major network outage here for about 10 minutes. So, but we're back, and I hope we'll stay back here.
So, Dr. Desh, we can have a little bit time before Dr. Tony presentation, right? Please turn on your microphone.
Okay, now I am on mute. Okay. Yes, like in our region, what could be more activities which we can do, how we can, also if there is slide on capacity building, can I share? Hina, can you put up those?
The capacity building
Couple
slides?
minutes we have.
Yeah, just hold on. Are you seeing the screen?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this is
Like what we try to do, a couple of minutes I spend on this, which I had shown before also, like capacity building training in Asia Pacific region. What we identified during our discussion webinars, that we really need to develop the capacity of increasing training and the trainers in many of the countries. In some of the countries, there used to be maybe one or one or two trainers, but by the time either they have retired or they have shifted from one place to another. And in some of the countries, there is one issue like we need to have trainers for our globe activities. And what we proposed that training around these figures which we give is number of programs which we are going to do, like training of 25 globe teachers and 20 globe trainers in all for globe protocols, cover the project during the two, like the project is, we have to, we start this project sometimes in March this year, and we have to conclude by January 24. Yeah. And after that, we have to prepare report and do everything so that we have a limited time for this project. And then what we have proposed is quite comprehensive activities, like we have proposed to have a training program in Nepal, where we can have somebody like some teachers coming from India, like Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, Nepal. So that, and the second one we plan to have in Philippines, one in Taiwan, where we have participants coming from Pulau, Marshall Island, and also from Micronesia. These are the situation when we are face to face. Okay. And then the one in Philippines and in Thailand, we propose to have in participants coming from Fiji, from New Zealand, like 2-3 places which we have identified, and then maybe one or two participants from each countries, they can come and join us, and then we can have extensive training program for them, and also so that we can have these training programs in different countries. Next. The strategy will be selection of participants, like what we propose here in our proposal was that what we had proposed in our proposal, that number of schools and the teachers, we would like to have participation and how these will be selected. And again, we would like to have active participants coming who have been contributing or implementing the globe, like the strategy we have to have. We have to develop the strategy, and then also that how many number this training will be, 2 days or 3 days or something like that. Now I think Tony is back. Maybe quickly we go through 1 or 2 more slides, like. And also that what I would like to share this, we will send these slides to everyone, all the country coordinators, and also what we had, I had shared on the first day, like how, what will be the criteria for the selection of participants, number of trainers for 3 days or something like that, and what will the impact of this project, that is listed there. Next. And the important thing will be the sustainability, how to sustain if we train 2 participants, and if they are gone, then what happens? So they should train like what we had experienced in Mosquito project, that the master trainer trained number of level 2 trainers, and the level 2 trainers trained level 3 trainers, something like that we would like to discuss here, and then how to train more and more experts, and how to develop a really expert pool, the trainers into different countries, so that the program is not hampered due to the lack of the trainers. Next. Okay, thanks. And then I think now, Tony, you are back.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I hope I am back. For this has never happened to me consistently like this before. I'm not sure what's going on, but there are reports of
outages in the area with the internet provider that I'm with. So who knows what will happen next? It might blow up or something. Who knows? So all right, let me get my presentation here. And okay. All right, so let me share this guy here. And, okay, this is screen. I'm going to do this. There you go. Now, are you seeing my presenter's view or a regular view?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, okay, good. All right, well, so Desh asked me to talk on two things in this one. One is on COVID and the response, I guess, the condition of the program during COVID, and then also the strategic plan. So just one of the things, how the program responded when COVID and the pandemic started initially, back just after that meeting in Hyderabad, actually, in March. And we were all told to work from home at that point, and still are for the most part. We, at that stage, started to look at what some other organizations were doing and talk with the sponsors, and we decided that we would establish this Globe in the Time of the Coronavirus Pandemic webpage. And then I also talked with the regional offices, all of the regional offices, and asked them to do a similar page, but that it would be suited more towards the region and the countries in the region. And so that's what Desh did. And we have a kind of a general programmatic one, and then Desh's webpage and the other RCOs are more suited to the particular region that they're in. As I said last night, and we've mentioned numerous times here, we also supply offices with a Zoom channel so that there could be monthly meetings held, which have been very successful. And as Desh also just said, doing these things together has really helped us, I think, and held us together in this time. And while we all hope that this will be the last year of it, you know, who knows what's going to happen with this virus and its variants and so on. But you know, we're hoping that we'll be back to face-to-face meetings next year. And so, but until then, these monthly calls, I think, have been very useful to the community, to keeping people together. And it's the same across all of the regions. They've really held people together and the community together during this time. And then also conducting our regional meetings, even though they are virtual, I think there's great work being done in between the regional meetings, and that is then expressed in the regional meetings, and both work like what the working groups are doing at the program level, but then also what's happening at the regional level. So I think it's very important that those regional meetings have been able to continue as well, even in a virtual setting. And even in a pandemic, you know, the program continues to grow. We have now 19 countries with the introduction of Bhutan into the region, into the Globe region. So we now have 19 countries in the Asia and Pacific region. And as I said last night, there may be one or two more countries in some of the other regions signing up in the next year. And then also, I just wanted to draw your attention to the table here. And this table shows you, if you look at the Asia Pacific numbers, you can see the number of Globe observers, alumni, students, pre-service teachers, schools, and teachers. And that is an increase since last year. It's not as large of an increase as it would be in a normal year, but it still is an increase. And the Globe Observers is also on a steady rise. That's total number in the program as of yesterday. And these are numbers from yesterday as well. And you all have access to these. They're on the website in the About tab under Impact and Metrics. And you could click on each of these tabs here and see how many data are entered by each of the regions, how many projects, how much trainers are in the regions. And then just looking at the region in particular, here you can see the school members, the data, the projects and the training, again, across the top of the tabs. And here, these are the data entered for each of the countries, and then the Globe Observer data that have been also entered, and then the total data here, and that's from today. So you can see that it varies across countries, which we expect in every region anyway. But you know, some countries are certainly very big contributors of data, and other countries not so much. But if they're not in schools, they may be in Global Observers. So for instance, Palau, not much activity in the schools, but certainly Global Observers have entered some data there as well. So and some really good information there if you want to go look at that. That's on the same page and available to everybody. And you can do it for each of the regions as well. Also, one of the things that we looked at because we were concerned about it during the COVID time period was actually that the amount of data being entered and being reported in the database might actually fall significantly because schools were closed. You know, we went through this big pattern of school closures for a long period of time, and even still schools are not back to their regular routine in many areas. But right now, there's almost, if you go look at the Globe by the numbers, there's almost 215 million measurements in the database. We're about 500,000 measurements short, I think, at this point. But over the pandemic, we've seen about 1 to 1.5 million measurements entered every month, which is an increase actually, and has been steadily increasing actually over the last 5 or 6 years, the amount of data being entered into the system. Now we know that there are automated stations that are also entering data, but a lot of this data also comes from students because there's not a lot of, there's not a huge number of automated stations. And the automated stations, while they collect, you know, every second or so on, that data is not counted. It's only counted, I think in the case of weather stations, it's counted, it's the 15th minute. So every 15th minute, that data is entered into the system and that's what's counted. It's not taken every minute, for example, or even if it's at a shorter interval than that in some weather stations, it's still that 15-minute count that's taken as feeding into the 1 to 1.5 million measurements. And we did find that when you look at the data and the data entry, that there was a slight dip actually for a period of time, but it wasn't significant. And as I said, this number of 1 to 1.5 million measurements on average per month has actually been growing for about the last 5-6 years. And the pandemic certainly didn't put any halt to that or to the data entry, which is very, very good news. And thanks to all the students and Global Observers and teachers and everything who've been involved, and country coordinators who've been involved in getting that data into the system. Okay, so so that's kind of what's happening in COVID and the COVID period, I guess. And as Desh said, we'll continue at GIO to support him and his team and support the community as best we can. You know, we've converted the annual meeting into a virtual meeting again this year. It was a very tough decision to make because I know that everybody, including me, would like to see people and not in more than this way. But given everything that's going on and lots of uncertainty around visas and travel and airlines, and it's just not viable at this time. So hopefully next year it will be, and we'll be able to see each other after 3 or 4 years. And so once we can do it safely, then we'll do it. It's not a matter of us not wanting to do it. It's a matter of us needing to keep everybody safe and not helping the spread of this virus any further than it needs to go. And so we will be putting a call out to people for presentations again, like we did last year for the virtual meeting. And we're right in the middle of planning the meeting right now as well, and trying to get funding from the National Science Foundation. And they normally fund our annual meeting. So we're in the process of, because we wrote the proposal for a face-to-face meeting. Now we have to change the proposal to a virtual meeting. So we're in the middle of all of that and working with NSF on that. So, and the dates are the same, the July 24th to probably the Thursday. I don't think we're going to go to Friday with it. It'll be similar, I hope, to the meeting that we had this past year, where there was a lot of engagement from the community and a lot of presentations and looking at the great work that people are doing. The other piece that, so are there any questions on any of that actually before I move on the annual meeting, or I'm happy to answer them if I can. Okay. So the other piece that I normally talk about and Desh asked me to talk about was the strategic plan. And as I said last night, one of the things that I have done over the past couple of years is give a report on the state of where we are in meeting the outcomes of the strategic plan. And so for those of you who don't remember, the strategic plan is from 20, let me see now if I can remember myself. It's from 2018 to 2023 is when the strategic plan is for. We went through a mid-period correction with it last year because we noticed that some of the outcomes that we had developed as a group at that time, when we brought people together to create the plan, some of those were not relevant anymore. So we changed them up a little bit. And then also some of the outcomes we had already surpassed what we had said that we would do in those outcomes. And so they also had to be changed, excuse me, and brought a little bit more up to date on that. And so I would often use a PowerPoint and give a presentation at the annual meeting on the strategic plan and how we were doing in relation to that. And those slides would go up on the website, and there were very few downloads of those. And so I talked with Valerie Williams, who's our evaluation person, and some other folks about what's the best way to get the information out to the community. So we thought that developing a number of infographics might be more useful. You can certainly print these out and bring them around with you a lot easier than a PowerPoint presentation. And so, you know, if you have meetings or if you're trying to encourage teachers to come on board. You could use these in various ways to look at what are the opportunities for teachers within the program, what's the involvement of teachers, what's the different levels of things that students can do. So there's student investigations mentioned and so on. And we developed one for each of the major goal areas within the strategic plan. And so the basic design of the infographic then is up here. On one side, you have an overview of the Globe Annual Survey, because that's where most of, or a lot of, the information for the strategic plan comes from. And again, and I'd like to thank you, Yogendra, for putting emphasis on the annual survey. It's a very important survey, not alone for GIO, but for the community at large, because it really does tell us what's happening within the community. And then when we look at it, what areas might we want to support, if we can get additional resources and so on. So what are the ways forward for the program over the next 2 to 3 years? And so we look at the annual survey very tightly for information about that. And the more that we can, the more people who respond and the higher response rate, the more accurate it will be, and therefore the more information we'll have and the better decisions that we at GIO will be able to make based on that. So, so there's an overview of the annual survey on one side, and then on the other side are key pieces from the annual survey and the strategic plan and how they align with each other around certain major areas of that particular goal. So in the case here, we have education, and then we have materials and resources, professional development, student investigations, and evaluation. And so looking at for instance, the student investigations here, there's 248 number of students developing STEM investigations. So, and this particular one was based on the IVSF project reports. So it does align a little bit, because there are questions asked about student investigations within the survey, but then, but the results also align with those from the IVSF reports that are submitted. In relation to professional development, 4.2 out of 5 is the average rating on teacher training workshops, on the quality of the workshops that are given and so on. And here are some comments from teachers that have experienced those workshops. I learned a lot of ways to do hands-on activities with my students, outstanding presentations and planning, phenomenal trainers, and information. So, so these infographics, I think, could be very useful to you if you want to use them. And you know, as Dave said earlier on too, if people want to translate these, you're free to do that. We don't have the resources to really translate them into many languages, but if you are interested, we can get the raw file to you, and then you can use it. These are program-wide results. So they're not for one country or for one region or anything like that. They're across all of the regions. And so there might be a stage where we can get to, if we do start getting a lot of information from people, that we could develop these per region. And that's a possibility, but not at this point in time, because we really want to get some better response rates from people before we'd be able to break it down into region. The other one that we developed is science. So you can see that here, the major areas that were looked at here were scientist participation, the data, science publications, and then science projects. And so in the case of science projects, 43% of GLOBE teachers reported student-related GLOBE projects related to environmental awareness in their schools. And these are examples of the projects. And then 15%, so for science publications, 15% of scientists reported having published or presented information that used or referenced GLOBE data in the past year. And this number here, 15%, is good, but we think that it could be higher, and it may actually be higher because not every scientist that uses GLOBE data may reference it as GLOBE data in their publication, which of course they should, but sometimes they don't do that. And so we're not sure how accurate that number is, but at least within the GLOBE community, it is 15% of the scientists within the GLOBE community that use the data reported as being GLOBE data. Science data here, you can see this is about the GLOBE Observer, 218,000 number of GLOBE Observer data entries, and then this was up from 176,000 in 2019. And for scientist participation, 40% of teachers ranked number one school visits to do a GLOBE activity as the most useful type of support from GLOBE scientists and STEM professionals. So that result alone, you know, could help us to really encourage members of the GISN, the Global International STEM Network, if they're in your country, that this would be a good activity for them to do as part of their contribution to the community and to the program. The next one is technology, and here we have data systems, websites, and apps and mobile devices. And 39% of the GLOBE community reported that the GLOBE Observer is the app they use most frequently to enter data. And we do have another app, of course, which will become less significant as what Dave said tonight about the forms being put into the GLOBE Observer. So we do have the GLOBE Data Entry app, which people also have access to enter data, but the GLOBE Observer app tends to be the more popular of the two apps, because in some cases it's easier to enter the data through it, and it has some interesting capabilities in there that the GLOBE Data Entry app doesn't have. So, but this is certainly a very popular app. You can see at 40% of the community reporting that they use it. That's a very high percentage. And so, and this survey doesn't really include the GLOBE observers. So this is really 39% of students and teachers and partners and so on, and country coordinators and GISN members that would use the app over putting the data in through the computer. Overall, the website, the use of the website to facilitate information exchange and collaboration has increased. So 65% of partners and country coordinators found the website helpful or very helpful for communicating and collaborating with community members. And again, as Yogendra said, you know, we keep the website as up to date as possible, and it certainly is the place that is the repository of all of the information about the program, both new and old. And you know, when the news brief goes out every month, or when there's other communications that go out from the office to you all in the community, we do reference and put links into the website, because that's where there's a lot more information on a particular topic that there might be a news item on. So when the Globe Stars are held up there, the STEM stories, everything is really held up there for the community to access. And then data systems, the use of the Globe data systems has increased, which is the visualization, the data entry, and ADAT. And 1 in 4 of Globe community members use the data systems at least once per month, which is pretty good. And then 25% here for ADAT, 31% for the data viz systems, and 28% for the data entry tool. And so the data entry tool here is the data entry app, and this one here is, of course, the Global Observer. And so you can see that there is quite a difference between the two of those for data entry. And then the final one that we did was for communications. And so there are a number of questions in the annual survey on communications as well. And so for communications pathways, to improve the communication amongst the Globe community, 3.4 out of 4 rating for the Globe community letter from the director, the highest rating by Globe community members since 2018. And so I try to keep those up regularly. We didn't do as many last year, but we're going back onto them this year, basically because of this kind of a result that says how popular it is. And so we will be refocusing on that based on the results. International community, the communication of Globe events, activities, and achievements from the international community. 1 in 4 Globe community members provided information to GIO on their participation in events and their achievements. We'd like this to be 3 out of 4. So, and as Desh has said before, getting Globe stars into us, that's a way of getting your participation in events, your students' participation in events, the great achievements that are happening in your country out to everybody else. And you can post those on your own country page. You can get them up to GIO by clicking on the little checkbox as you enter the information, and that will take it to either the RCO, to the regional page, or it can take it up to the main page as well. So if you are interested in publicizing those more, that would be wonderful. And as I said, we'd certainly like to get this number up to 2 or 3 in the next couple of years. That would be great to do that. And then for new audiences, 59% of the Globe community members shared information about Globe with a new audience. And that's pretty high, and that's great that people are getting the word out about the program and about what's possible. And we're hoping that these kinds of infographics will help you to do that more. If you have any comments on them, this is the first year that we've done these, and we'd certainly like to hear your comments. As I said, each of them has on one side an overview of the annual survey, and then the other side really looks at relating that to the strategic plan. And we will be in 2023, we'll be looking at developing a new strategic plan. The first time we did this one a number of years ago, we pulled people together from each region to a location in near Washington, D.C., actually at a hotel airport. Sorry, an airport hotel. And we had the meeting there for a couple of days and developed the strategic plan. I'm not sure that we can do that this time, given the fact of the pandemic and so on, but who knows what it will be like next year, because we would probably start that process somewhere at the beginning of or the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023, so that we could actually map out the next strategic plan for the next 5 years. And As I said many times, this is not a GIO plan, it's a community plan. We facilitate members of the community coming together to create the strategic plan. This is the first time that the program has had a significant strategic plan that's really being worked on diligently by community members and the GIO to really keep it in the forefront of people's minds. And we're looking forward to getting the next version out with the community's help for 2024 through 2029. So that we'll keep people posted on how that process is going to go for the next one. So any questions on any of those? These, sorry, I should say where they are. They are up on the website. You can download them as a PDF or you can print them out. And I will actually, I can take you there because I'm almost done actually right now. So let me stop the share and I'll just show you where they are here. Okay, so let me go back to the share. Okay, so hopefully you all can see the website, yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And let me get my cursor over, here we go. So, right, so let me go to the home page. There we go. And so all of this, this information is under here, under community multimedia resources. And there's a number of different things here. There's the globe logos, various versions of that if you want them. There's a media release if you need it. This is a template of one. There's event resources, and then there's PowerPoint templates that you can download and use if you're doing presentations about Globe. And then this is all under the one-pagers. And so all of these one-pagers then can be downloaded or they can be attached to as a file to an email to a group of teachers or to whoever you want to send it to. But there's a lot of great one-pagers here that are built around certain audiences or aspects of the program. So how to get started with Globe, to become a Globe teacher, become a Globe observer, become a member of the GISN, Globe e-training, measurement campaigns, schools and NASA satellites, Globe countries, which is the map that I showed last night, the US regions, becoming a Globe partner, Globe and Peace Corps, USAID, UNESCO, the Sustainable Development Goals. Yogendra talked about this earlier on too, about if you're looking for funders and you're approaching potential funders for Globe activities, this is a letter, it's a letter that you could use for that purpose. And it's available in a number of different languages right there. And then here are the infographics that I just showed. So you can download each one. If you want to do that, you can print them out, but they're all available. And on the back side is the information about the survey itself. So they're all available right under, you can see there's quite a number. They're all available under support and this community multimedia resources. So support and then to here. And if you are interested and you don't have a copy of the strategic plan, you can go to the About. And I took you here last night to show the staff And then the strategic plan, 2 of them are here. The previous one, and then the 2018 to 2023 is also there. The impact and metrics, this is where you can get the information that I showed as well on the regions and the data and so on. So looking at the data per region, the projects per region, let's pull this away here, projects per region, and then trainers, for example, per region. So that's not, I think that sometimes there we go, it takes a delayed response sometimes to do that. So there are the current numbers and so on for trainers and master trainers and then mentor trainers as well. Those numbers will be adding up over the next couple of months. And there are some surveys that the evaluation working group have worked on, the Globe Teacher Survey and the Globe Alumni Survey. If you click on these, you do get to surveys, and then you can actually get to the report as well from those. Okay, any questions or about COVID or the infographics for the annual meeting? I'm here.
Tony, can you give us some idea of the capacity building project, like help, which can be helpful to the country coordinators?
I didn't catch the beginning of that, Desh. What did you ask?
About this capacity building.
Oh,
project.
okay. So as Desh has said, we asked each of the regions to submit a proposal to look at capacity building in each of their regions, and given you know, what's gone on and some of the changes in the program around trainers and mentor trainers and all of that. And so we're in the process right now of we've given feedback to the regional offices on that, but we're also looking at trying to do a more comprehensive review, I guess, and look at some of the pieces that might be able to tie together across events this year and across the regions as well. So I'll be sending out an email to the RCOs, not tonight, but probably by the end of the week, that will outline some of that, that will tie some of the capacity building projects that they had proposed in with this new idea around tying. We're trying to create a thread around certain events like Earth Day, IVSS, the annual meeting, regional meetings that we can all tie together and kind of be on a common pathway that might be under a climate initiative that we're looking at rolling out as well. And then how the capacity building, both on training, people being trained is an important part of capacity building. But another important part of capacity building is the infrastructure that's required to actually carry out the capacity building. And part of that infrastructure is having activities that can be done during the training. And so we're trying to make it a more comprehensive package, I guess, that would be available as part of this capacity building across all of the regions. So it'll be an exciting endeavor, I think, for people, and just trying to, you know, create this thread across the program and across the regions and across a particular topic, I think will be very valuable and could lead to, in the next couple of years, then to some great collaboration within regions and across regions. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And that will hopefully go, that email will go to the RCOs this week, and then we'll talk about it at our next meeting, at the next RCO meeting, monthly meeting that we have together, which is the meeting that the RCOs have with GIO, that meeting. We have a monthly meeting, not the Zoom monthly meeting that each of the regions organizes. And if you don't have any questions on any of the stuff I covered tonight, you can ask any question about the program. And if I can answer it, I will. And so if you have any questions about the program, or what we're looking at doing, or if I can answer it, I will. Or if there's something that you'd like to see possibly introduced to the program or changed, I'm also, I have a few minutes, I think, to answer questions.
Please free to ask questions to Tony. Tony, this annual meeting, when this announcement will come regarding the registration fee and
Yeah,
the registration and so on. So.
Yep. So thanks, Tish, for asking that. Because actually this afternoon, I spent most of the afternoon reworking the proposal to go into NSF. And we have a meeting this week. Our planning group has a meeting this week to finalize the proposal and the proposed budget, and to get that into NSF by next week, so that it can be turned around relatively quickly. As part of that budget development process, we will be looking at what a registration fee might look like, and that will be based on the budget and the costs and so on that we calculate, and how much we can apply to NSF to cover for the actual meeting. So normally, right, under regular circumstances, and even last year, we had the registration site, I think, open or almost ready to be open by this stage. This year, because we didn't make the decision, I didn't make the decision as quickly as last year, partly because I was holding out to see if there would be any possibility of having a face-to-face meeting and talking with the RCOs and getting reports from them about the conditions and what was going on in the different regions, and then talking with the sponsors to get their input on it. And so the decision to actually change from a face-to-face meeting to a virtual one came late. Last year, we had made it very, very early because we knew there was no way we could have a face-to-face. This year, we hesitated because we were hoping that things might change, but in the end, that was not to be. So we've changed to a virtual meeting. So we're a little behind schedule because of that then. So we will be, I'm hoping that we will have a registration site, a basic one, with all of the information on it for the annual meeting in mid to late February, in that time frame. So That's what we're hoping for. We also will put into the proposal that there might be a reduced rate for teachers and or country coordinators as well, like we did last year. But we're going to do it we would release that information with the registration site, not like last year where it happened after, because there was some snafus with things that were happening last year in relation to that stipend that we ended up being able to give to people. And so we don't want that to happen again this year. So we will be applying for it as part of the NSF funding. And if we can get that funding, then we will be offering a reduced rate to probably teachers and country coordinators, if we can get the funding. It's dependent on whether we can get the funding or not.
Tony, you have a question here from Pom from Thailand.
Oh, let me stop my share here.
In the box there, chat box.
Okay, I'm confused about the master trainer position. Do they have to apply to be a mentor trainer? How about the situation of a trainer position? Okay, so if you want to continue training in the program, then you do need to apply to become a mentor trainer if you are a master trainer. And if you want to maintain that kind of level of expertise and so on within the program, then you would need to apply to become a mentor trainer. There's a slightly different expectation with being a mentor trainer, and I know that many of you as master trainers already do this anyway, and that's really around looking at mentorship. So you are a mentor to this mentor trainer candidate. And so you really, it's really a case of passing on your wisdom and skills and expertise to that person who's kind of like an apprentice. And that's how they really, would like to, that's the relationship that we think many people already have, and it's in many of the training experiences and certification programs that are out there, that's kind of the model that people are working on. And so the education working group also thought that that was a good way for the program to go. And as I said, many people already are doing that kind of a mentorship. They may not realize it, but they are doing that type of a mentorship with people who want to be a mentor trainer, or in the old days it would have been a master trainer. So that's kind of one of the big differences in it. The master trainer title as such will, as Rod said, will not disappear, because it is a part of the history of the program, and there's a lot of master trainers out there. But if you wanted to be involved in a training, let's say, it won't really count towards, there won't be a listing anymore, for example, on workshops for a master trainer. It would be a mentor trainer. So if one person, or if you were doing a training and you had two trainers, one would be or could be a trainer, and then one would be a mentor trainer. and not a master trainer anymore. And then what is so the situation of the trainer position is that it's exactly the same. It hasn't changed. The process for becoming a trainer is almost exactly the same as what it used to be. You do need to submit the forms with your information about your involvement in Globe and so on, and also, you know, what area you are interested in being trained in and so on. So that one is very, very similar. It's just that now all of the application materials can go through this portal on the website, and they go to the country coordinator first, as Rod explained, and then they'll go to the education working group if they're approved by the country coordinator. That's a new step that was not in the process before. And then once they're approved by the education working group, that person, that trainer candidate is assigned a mentor trainer to go through this certification process. And then once that happens and it's successful, the certification, the mentor trainer would talk to the education working group and to the country coordinator saying, yes, I approve that this person can be certified. And then it goes through the system as well. So it's just putting more formality, I guess, into it and trying to make it easier by putting it through the web system and that automated system. And then if some of our colleagues from Bhutan want to apply as Globalism Professional Network. Okay, so great question. And so if your STEM colleagues want to become part of the Globe International STEM Network, there is, let me just look here real quick, under the, and I can show it to you here. Let me just bring it up. Okay. Let me just share the screen here. So hopefully you can all see this. So this is the Globe International STEM Network, or the GISN. And this is where scientists, but also other STEM professionals can get involved in the program. And this is under community. And if you click on community and go to people, and it's right up here under this. So community people here for the trainers, it was community people and down to trainers is where you find the information that Rod was referring to earlier as well. But for the GISN, this tells you the current members that are on there. There's some resources, discussion group and documents. And then if you scroll down here, it tells you how to become a member of the group. And you have to be in the group, then some of the qualifications, and then you can click on here to apply to become a GISN member. So, and this particular group is also getting a revamp over this next year, and we're looking at how to really engage them more in the process of the program and in parts of the program. And so we're looking at really how do we get people more engaged. A lot of the GISN members do become judges for the IVSS. And so that's a very important role for the community, and they do that, but they also do their own research, and some of them use Globe protocols in their research, Some of them build their whole research actually around Globe and some of the protocols. And as Dave was talking earlier tonight about the geofencing, that's the capability that the app will have, and some of the GISN members are excited about having access to something like that, to be able to, it's basically an intensive observation period using this capability of the app to be able to organize that. So that's where all the GISN information is. And I can stop my share.
Okay. Tony, I had a question, not from me, but one of the international master trainer. Now he's the vice chancellor of one of the very prestigious university in India. I think that is some story we are going to do that. But he said that like international master trainer, they should be made the mentor trainers automatically, or they should apply. Is there any way that his request can be considered that international master trainers may be converted into the mentor trainers?
So we put out a call for master.
It is like applying is very, like going to the country coordinator, going to many steps. He said being given so many trainings and so much contribution to the training. Can the international master trainers, given the status of the mentor trainers, automatically?
So the reason why we're not converting people, or one of the reasons why we're not converting automatically, is because we don't know if these folks want to continue training or not, right? And one of the complaints that we've heard from community members is that when they're trying to run a training workshop, right, unless you're in some place like Thailand that has a lot of people and a lot of trainers that are growth trainers and so on, it's very difficult for people to get trainers from the trainer base, from the trainer database, that in some cases, as they're trying to build a training team, some of these people aren't with Globe anymore. They've no interest in, they've retired and they've gone off somewhere. They don't want to do training anymore. They don't. So we didn't want to do a complete automatic transfer of people over from one category to another, because then you're just transferring the problem, right? Because people who are going to look at this database now for trainers are still going to run into the same problem, because you don't have people who are trainers anymore, right? So that was one thing. And then the other part about it is, the program is 26 years old. Some of the protocols have changed over time, and in some cases, they've changed a lot. If you look at the clouds protocol, when it was first introduced into the program back in 1995, and you look at the clouds protocol now, and sky color and all of these other areas that are within and connected to clouds, it's completely different protocol. But some people still train it as if it's the 1995 protocol. And so people need to update their training knowledge as well. And that was another point that was made by the community, that some people were still using protocols, were still training protocols the way that they were originally trained, and the protocol had changed. And the person that was being trained knew that, because they had gone through the e-training module before they went to the training. And so, that's another, and it's another reason as well why the education working group also asked for this active trainer status piece, because part of that active trainer status is that the person is actually keeping up with changes that are happening in the protocol. They don't happen that often, but when they happen, we need to do a better job of making sure that people know that they're happening, that these changes have happened. But then, people need to be able to have the resources to get trained on whatever the change is for that particular protocol.
Thank you, Tony. I will convey. Okay, now, any more question to Tony? Wonderful, Tony, for all the questions, all the queries. How much time we have left? Oh, we have just only 1 minute
3
left.
minutes.
Well, anyway, Tony, before I just wind up, you want to say any comment on the 3 days activities like what we had? And
Sure. I'm happy to say a few closing words here because my eyes, as you can see, are pretty tired at this point. But it's been wonderful to see people and to spend time with you. And it will be much better when we're all back being able to do this in person. But it's wonderful. I always get energized, even though I might not look at right now, but I always get energized by the student presentations that I see from the different regions, and it certainly helps to make up for the school visits that we used to do. But also just the great work that you all do inspires me to carry on and hopefully, do the best and to lead GIO in a way that's really helpful to people and the program and the community, and not burdening or being burdensome to people and the community. And because as a past partner and as a past Globe trainer and all of these other things, I only want the best for the program. And if you think that it's going in the wrong direction, or if things need to change in some particular area, don't hesitate to email and or call. I'm always happy to talk to people. If there's something in your mind that's seriously going awry with the program in general. So I'm always happy to do that. I'm really appreciative of the working group members who are here, some of them brand new who gave their first presentation for and on behalf of the working groups that they're in. So thank you for that. I'm very appreciative to our friends in Thailand for the wonderful work you do, how tightly woven Globe is within your curriculum and the resources that you've been able to develop for it. So thank you for that and for hosting the meeting, and wishing that we could be there to have some great Thai food. But we'll have to hang out for that one. And
virtual Thai food.
Yes, virtual Thai food. I can get the smell here, So and then of course to Desh and his team for coordinating all of this and for being such a good energy maker within the region, people excited about the program and keeping that excitement going in this bad time that we're all in. But it truly is amazing. I look at the data, I look at the projects, and I look at the research that people are doing, that it's really, there isn't a pandemic going on, because it's truly amazing. In a regular time, it would be incredible to see this, but in this time where we're all, facing this scourge, it's really great to see engagement like this and excitement and productivity around things. and it's all a test of your work. And so I'm very grateful for that. And I know the community at that. And so thank you for all your efforts and work each and every day. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tony, for your time. Also, before I hand over to my colleagues in Thailand, yes, I see Professor Dr. Vo is here. I would like to do my duty, say thanks on behalf of you to all the students who made presentation. Wonderful project. The teachers who guided the students for doing such a wonderful research. Some of them really very highly scientific, and I'm thankful to them. And also IPST is really wonderful. I know that whenever I visited Thailand, many times I visited IPST, they always provide to all of you, anyone who visit. Now they have a canteen there. Before there was no canteen, now they have opened a canteen also. They have got a very good guest house. It's a really nice place to stay also, and thanks to Director Dr. Om and her team for wonderful activities organizing this regional meeting. Thank you very much. And we are looking to visit Thailand face to face again. And maybe sometimes we have again the taste of Thai food. Of course, when I'm in Thailand, I go to the Indian restaurant to eat Indian food, because the hotel ambassador, which is like, there are a couple of Indian restaurants around. Then also I'm very, very thankful to GIO, Global Implementation Office, everyone in GIO is very helpful. Whenever you have any problem, I just call them. They are really very helpful. Tony, say our thanks to everyone, technology, education team. They're all very helpful. And thank you very much for supporting regional office, and thanks to GI. Thanks to my staff in RCO, doing wonderful. Some of them, they are working, like we have situation like it's when we start in the clock in the morning, and also weekends has been a curfew, and then Corona situation sometimes, and really we all worked very hard, and then contacting each coordinator, and then talking to them, inviting them, all the country coordinators for presentation, and also providing the reports and country reports. That has been great. The Globe website, that has been an instrument for us to disseminate our information. The regional pages on the Globe are very helpful. And at Cornell both joining us this morning and giving us the details of the data entry on the Globe website. Then also members of the working group giving presentation and appearing first time, some of them to the country. I'm thankful to them for their, conducting the session, and I'm sure that with working group members, we will have more interaction and coordination. And also I'm thankful to the keynote speakers who made the presentation. And also I would like to the minister to deliver the keynote address, addressing us, inspiring. And I can see such a minister inspiring the staff of IPS in everyone. Like, it's very wonderful. Please convey our special thanks for addressing us, working group members, and I don't know who is there. Everyone. all the participants, all the students, everyone, on behalf of RCO, on behalf of Global. And now to Dr. Wo to wind up the event and also making this another person I forget is the MC Master of Ceremony.
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, because you already, thanks everyone, name. I think on behalf of the IPST, I would like to take this opportunity to really thank you all, Dr. Tony Murphy, to really, support all the GLOBE program and basically be here, be there with us all the time. And, what we have done here is just basically try to follow the big concept of like the GLOBE program, and I think it's very useful, and it was something that is really help us to do some good in Thailand as well. We always gonna try to do new things, try to do a lot of initiatives to see what works and what's not, right there. But thank you for the platform that you have right here. And I have to say that the deputy minister really wants to come. She just know maybe like Monday that there was the cabinet meeting from Tuesday to Monday, which is basically right there. But she said that sorry she couldn't be here. Try to keep her update all the time as well. So lastly, thank you to all the country coordinators, all the people from the region from the GIO as well, that letting us, being the host, this year, unfortunately, that, we couldn't be here together. The COVID should be gone pretty soon, hopefully. And, at that time, we greatly again, right there, bring us to another level. Our goals, in the last couple of years, and I think we ready for the future, right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IPST. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. If I have anything to mention, please. Thanks to everyone. Couple of message chat box. Thanks for all of you. Your messages, some very good messages. Thank you.
So we have a small video for the closing ceremony, and I'm just sharing that with everybody. Right?
Just stay for 4 minutes like that. Thank you. So this was this small summary what you have seen, like 3 days. Thank you. Someone say how many hit we have on the Facebook today?
We
How
should
many
ask
hits we had on the Facebook?
ABC. We should ask ABC. Because she take care about Facebook.
How many? Like yesterday, 8,000. How much today? So we are more than 9,000 hit.
I can hear you because you turn off your microphone.
Anything else, like should we conclude?
Yeah, just an announcement that the presentation from students and yesterday were all uploaded on the Globe website in the Asia Pacific webpage under documents. So all the presentations are there, and we'll include today's presentation from there also.
Thank you, Hannah. Nobody wants to leave, huh?
Like, you know,
The first person that will leave.
whenever we
Peter.
have webinar, after webinar, we continue doing chatting, like for maybe 15 to 20 minutes, because you feeling that, oh, we
Right.
won't be doing this, so.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
Bye. See you.
Yeah, thank you.
See you in
Philippines.
Let's hope.
Yeah.